What's good, everyone? My name is Melters. Right now, we're going to be playing some SA2 right now, but it seems to me like splits are looking a little weird. Supposed to look like I don't actually know. Hold on, I gotta open the game first, I think. Let's open the game.
File select.
So let me go ahead and share this stream out just to get everybody in here. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my splits. It wasn't like that yesterday. Why is it like this? I like this splits. Oh shoot, I'm moving it. Alright, that should work. Yeah, that should work. Hold on, I don't think my mic is working. Hold up, I gotta figure this out. Let me figure this out. Testing 1 2 3. Testing. It's gonna be a crazy echo for a sec.
Stage select.
Alright, testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Okay, I'm coming through. Alright. I mean, I think the audio should be good, maybe. Hold on, I still gotta share the stream with everyone here. Let's see if I can share the stream. Why can I still hear myself? It's probably because I have the stream open. Alright, so that here. I'm gonna put that here. Alright, well I've shared this out. I'm gonna post it in one other spot. Alright, that should do it. And we're pretty much live, guys. I'm gonna be doing some dark story attempts coming right through. Hopefully my stream doesn't lag too much. I'm gonna keep testing my audio here, looking at my audio levels just to make sure that my voice is coming through just fine. Seems like it is. Got some this here. I actually didn't know it was that way. It was placed. Alright, so as always, let's set our yellow saves for those uninitiated. That will help us with some RNG things and stuff. The piece that I just got right now is a. I don't think this is a bad piece. I think actually this is a bad piece. No, it's not. I think it's pretty important to know these pieces in particular, especially the clip. I think it's become pretty standardized at this point that we're just going to kind of clip for it. Can I read this as 6/8? Yes, I can. So that's good. Alright. Can't get this clip though. Actually, is this 6/8? I don't even know. Or yeah, it is 6/8.
Stage select.
Yeah, we're gonna pretty much just grind a bunch of attempts right now as I set up ESG here. I'm probably gonna copy this, copy paste. Yeah, I've been feeling pretty good about, you know, runs and stuff, so I really think I have a pretty good chance of PBing on stream right now, but even if I don't, I've had a pretty good mentality going in. Here's my file here, I guess you can call it. So I'm just gonna obviously complete one mission here. This is gonna help me skip the emblems that I have here and just, you know, get me a lot of time. Save me a lot of time here. Yeah, this is one of the quickest missions we got, so we're just gonna kind of do that in order to set up ESG, and this will make the process of setting up a lot more runs a lot more fluid. Yeah, clearly we're going to do some Game Plus here. You could say this is in preparation for the Dark Story tournament coming up in a couple months, which is crazy to think about, that the Dark Story tournament is going to be in a couple months, but at the same time, it's just kind of like, that's not my main sort of goal here. I just want to get a pretty good time. Again, sub 23 is my goal here. I have been doing a lot of new stuff. Well, I say new stuff, but I've revisited a lot of new tech to be clear in Iron Gate. So I've been playing this stage a whole lot, especially with doing runs and stuff. I've kind of been doing some arbitrary challenges that don't even save time, like avoiding these little chaos strides here just for fun. I've sort of revisited the old ring route that used to be pretty popular in order to get a little bit more extra lives. Like here I want 40 rings instead of 45. So for example here, I made a setup where I actually purposely don't get this ring box. I have a 110 which isn't great time. Double bunnies which isn't great either. But what I can actually do here is get these ring boxes, and without losing any time, I can get the Chow box for bingo purposes. For bingo, come over here, get this ring box so I get yet another extra life. I'm gonna try to get this extra life here, but I didn't quite get it. It's just a bit of a practice run right now, but then I would have gotten 7 lives out of Iron. It's crazy to think about, but 2023, the future is now. We'll try to play off. I've also been making huge strides in Hotshot as well, which is funny to say because you almost never think about Hotshot, but for my purposes, you know, I have been thinking a lot about Hotshot and how to like save as much time as I possibly can in that level. So yeah. Like no one, I'm gonna say no one ever told me, but I never really thought about like this strat here, where it's like just hold A for a little bit to get the hitbox at the very bottom. So I've been getting like consistent 22, 30 X's right now. 22, actually that's a 2257, which before I knew the strat is unthinkable. It's like, oh my god, that's a really good time. But now I know that's a pretty average time, all things considered. Speaking of average, let's go ahead and see how this Growlithe treats us here. Not what I want. Not what I want. But again, having 6 lives here is actually a huge game changer, especially for races. So, well, I say that, but I'm probably not even gonna get a thing here, fortunately. Go yeah, okay. Well, that didn't work out, but let's go ahead and just do this as an example here. I've been doing this strat right here just to see if I have, so not. The likelihood why I reset so much there is just to, what did I get? It's very likely that I get something at the top, which is not good. The top area, which takes a long to get to. See, I got Gun's Jar there, which is not a good piece at all. I didn't even get a piece here, which is not good either. Maybe I can see if I can snipe a piece in the jail. Even if I did get a piece in the jail, it wouldn't look good either way. But hey, we're having fun on the first attempt here. Can't ask the world, especially for Dark Story, where it's kind of like very random if you get a good piece or not. So, can I find my inner piece here? This is interesting, because I don't think I would necessarily get something in the other part of the Oasis. Curious now where I put the piece out. It's cool. Is it the tunnel? Well, it's not. Just kidding, guys, that's not the tunnel. That's the yeah, I'd be really surprised. Like, this set would actually be really good if I got something. Not. I don't think I actually missed it, so it's kind of interesting, but this will be a bit of a interesting case. Might be a little interesting. What is it? Oh, I did get Turtle's Tunnel. Did I just pass right by it? That's crazy. Looking up. No, I didn't get close. There it is, Turtle's Tunnel. Alright, so again, the sort of mentality that I've been operating under these past sort of weeks when I'm grinding runs is one of an assembly one, basically. I sort of treat Dark Story as one big old IL. And I'm gonna get to the end of entry, you know, it's gonna happen. I'm consistent at all the skips, just as a matter of putting them all together in the way that I used to. Because like, I could have gone like a 23x at any point, but I really want to push for that 22, so I'm kind of not continuing the run until I get that 22. That's not a good start. Actually, that was a 19, that's a good start. I like it. All things considered, that was good. Or at the very minimum, it does work towards my sort of threshold. But I think for like speed running streaming in particular, a lot of it is mentality based. Because it's not even like, while I said at the beginning like just now, yeah, I'm really only going to be doing this until I get the 22. That's not my goal really. My goal is to treat this just like an assembly where, you know, I'm assembling products, I'm making conveyor belt sushi or whatever, and I'm gonna get to the end of the tunnel eventually. It's just a matter of time. So that's sort of what I'm doing. Now here you can kind of tell, okay, so that's a 131 elevator, but I wasn't paying super close attention, so I'm actually not gonna get the extra life like I thought I would. But I still think it's pretty important to get that extra life, all things considered. I'm gonna go on like 132, like the late 131. That's still way too early. What if I die? I die. Way too early. The problem with that jump in particular is it's not 1-to-1, second by second, exactly when you have to jump off. It goes by like a half second. So if you get like a really late 111, for example, then you gotta, although you normally are jumping off on 133, getting the check at 133, you kind of have to get 134 because the sort of stagger, if you will. And that's one of the hardest things to learn about that in particular. As I beat the boxes there. Getting an 18, mid-18 on exactly what my standards are for that in particular, so I'm pretty happy about that. Again, another bit of activity I've been doing is getting those animals as well, which is pretty awesome, I think. You gotta save the animals after all, just like PvP. Oh shoot, that was really slow. I don't normally get hit by that thing there. Yeah, that actually saved lost now I have improvement for a lot of time, I guess. I'm trying to tiptoe around the language if that was really bad, but sometimes I just can't. Sometimes I'm just a mess. Yeah, getting a 109 here, which again, I did just lose a couple seconds there, which is God's honest truth. But this is going to be another showcase of getting this thing there, so I guess that's kind of cool. So I'm probably going to go on 130? 130, yeah. Let's do a late 130 just in case. Nah, that was a 131. I didn't even realize it. Yeah, I'm losing even more time just that, but it is what it is, you know. Trial Lagoon's going to decide this either way, whether I continue or not. It's still sub 2 either way. It's crazy to think about that. Like, we're in a realm of Dark Story in 2023 where, like, a sub, like a 150... Well, I'm surprised I got a 157 still. Basically 158, but that's surprising that I even got that, considering the amount of time I lost there. Or amount of potential time saved, I should say. Yeah, we've entered a sort of realm of Dark Story where, like, a sub 2 can be considered bad for me if I get a 159. Whereas, like, 4 or 5 years ago, you know, you're lucky to get a sub 2 at all. It's just been pushed that much. I do want to get pretty consistent on the, yeah, just like that, right? Like, I've been getting pretty consistent on the 2230Xs. I do want to sort of look at Zethor's strategy to get the 20-second ones, but let's see what Trial Lagoon takes. I don't want to take this, but I guess that's what we're doing. This piece is high up, but, you know, you could, in theory, collect good pieces from this, and also, it takes marginally less time to go here, since, you know, you're kind of already in the Oasis as it is. Still not over yet for the free pieces, although it's not looking too good. Yeah, not getting a free piece. Festa, so that's above the head. Eagle-eyed viewers may understand that I am playing in Italian here, just to be a little bit more optimal. I know all the languages, except for Spanish Pumpkin Hill, funny enough. So it's not too much of a barrier of entry to me, although let's just say things a bit in the works to get everybody on the same page here. I really do think that if someone's, you know, sort of losing, you know, interest in SA2, where it's like, oh man, hunting, it's just not the same anymore, it doesn't have the same spark as normal, I think that learning other languages might be the spice to kick. Just gotta focus on that pause there and get what it really said. But I really think it makes you look at the game in a different way, and also, if you play your cards right, you can get a whole new skill set out of it. While learning a new language, you're becoming interested in learning a new language. So I think that's something that's sort of underrated, and I think in speedrunning, right, there's nothing really that sort of mimics that in a way, in which, like, you can play freaking Breath of the Wild in German, but you're only playing Breath of the Wild in German because it's literally faster. You don't actually have to know German. I would be interested to find another speed game where, like, learning the language and understanding, you know, the flashcards, if you will, about it is actually relevant and needed and helpful to get the fastest time. Now, for those new SA2 learners that may be watching, you know, learning Italian is not like required by any means to get it. All the world records are in English, except for one, which is Japanese. Emily had for a long time, but that has since been usurped multiple times. But I would be really interested because my understanding is that 99% of speed games, it's all been sort of theatrical, you know. You don't actually need to know the thing as long as you know that it's faster, right? But SA2 is just like, it's such an interesting carve-out, and for all the things I love about speedrunning this game, I think that adds another sort of aspect to it. And by the way, even if you do get the 5 ring box that I happened to avoid there just then, there is still a backup here on the sort of ring boxes that we just got to still get the speed shoes and an extra life by only getting some of those things. Getting a 111, that's a 133. Still, I'm on, you know, sub 2 pace. I've sort of been thinking about this a lot lately, where it's like, a lot of runners sort of think to themselves, oh my god, I you know, didn't do so hot in Final Chase, or I got bad RNG, that's what lost me the run. I think it's interesting that not a lot of people considered, oh my gosh, you know, I missed a PB by 5 seconds and I got a 2-minute Iron Gate. That's why I lost the run, I threw it to Iron Gate. It's not something that you really think about, but it's still interesting to me. That you can like throw the run at the beginning, and that's just one way to look at it. Getting the funny melters thing. I kind of keep runs, and I've been thinking about that, right? Because do I want to run on the leaderboard that has like a 2-minute Iron Gate? Like, that's just kind of unheard of in this day and age, in which most of the top 20, although I'm not even aiming for the top 20, is, you know, in a manner of speaking, like, I'll be top 20, but I won't like top 10. I can't find it. But, yeah, do I really want that run on the board is the question, and my answer to that has been no. I want, and it's such a tough balancing act, right? Because you just don't want to be in the Iron Gate hell all day, right? That's worse than the, that's worse than the freaking Sand Ocean. At the same time, what if it costs you to run? Do you really want it at that point? For me, I kinda, you know, take it, but I'm gonna really hope for a free piece here just to get a run going today. Nope. Again, very rare, around a 30-40% chance of that I do get a set that I can take. And this one I can take, right? Not the best set in the world, but we take that piece. It's one of the Oasis pieces that is not in the jail, so you can just kind of grab it. Kind of reminds me like a long time ago, like in 2018, 2019. It's crazy to think that was a long time ago. Tommy was really campaigning on people to check for that free piece. But I got the frame perfect, darn it. But it's hard to think about that as a free piece anymore because we always reset the big Oasis pieces is the thing. So it's not even a free piece anymore. That's like antiquated sort of thing. Not even I, you know, the free piece Andy, know how to check for that free piece. I don't even think Tommy knows how to check for it anymore. I guess he doesn't really play the game anymore that much. But yeah. But yeah, that is a free piece, and I doubt that many people even know that was a free piece at any point in time. Really, only Tommy was the one to check for that. But we've come a long way. Right here, we're gonna do the. I wanted to practice best practices on the ring route here by getting the checkpoint. I missed the checkpoint as I say that. Just in case I die, which I've done before in races. It's good to get that checkpoint, but I don't need it for the ring route. Let's check it out. There are 220 ring capsules here, so just get that as a backup. It's just like a not super safe backup, is the problem. Now this run, this run could go places. I kind of messed up at the very beginning, but I'm going to push my time save here, see if I can get a big jump. Yes, I do get it. Getting the speed shoes, this does save 1 second, so you definitely want to go for it if you're medium, you want to save as much time as possible. But, clearly we're kind of going to get an okay jump. Just an okay jump. Well, actually, this is more comparable to second mode, unfortunately, or second cycle. That's the thing. Snipe, Steven Robot should be done that just fine, except I don't. Darn it. On these runs in particular, what I want to be getting is a sub 440 out of Sand Ocean. And as I normally get 148s, that was definitely within the realm of possibility. Considering I also got a bit better of an Iron Gate as well. We're going to take this one to the bank, get as much practice in Radical Highway as well. I gotta focus on this stuff. Can't really talk during this stage. It takes a lot out of me, because this stage takes a million, trillion% of my concentration. I see get a 26 check. Not what I want, but I take it. I can still get a sub 140 out of this. So I'm playing my cards right, and that's not playing my cards right. Jesus, that usually doesn't happen. What a waste. You get red Honda, so it's my consolation. Yeah, you can call me the freaking 146 Sandy, I guess. That's just too random. Gotta work on my pause thingy there. I don't even know what you call it. Way too much height there. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with him? What's wrong with you, Shadow? But yeah, although I failed that strat just now, I have sort of come up with a good strat there that makes that consistent every time. Because I really hate when I get that wrong. It just takes me off to no end. So let's just go and hit the spring. Here I want to be sub 630, if not 620. So yeah, really not what's gonna happen right now. But definitely gotta get this skip here. And I'm not even gonna get a sub 146 because 146 is my absolute like lowest time that I'll ever accept. I used to get 150s when I didn't go for like any strats in this level, so that's definitely not something that I want moving forward. But you know, I'll sort of deal with it, right? Nothing crazy. With some good RNG, I can still get the sub 20. I can get like a sub 2330 on this pace. If you look at my splits, you can see that I don't have any comparisons because I already have them memorized. I already have them. That's my one brain cell basically. So, okay, well, speaking of, this could actually be the set. Oh, I actually played a set. Set. Here I am actually not going to, I'm not going to Death Strat, because this could be the crazy set where it's like, ah, oh, darn, I just realized something, I messed up. And here is the primary reason why. I kind of wanted to wait for that guy to kill. Maybe I should have Death Stratted this, because I could have technically gotten another good piece. But getting a 45 second time, that is an average set. funny about the standard deviation of this stage, it really is the 45 seconds. The lower end is a 50, and the higher end is a 40. So this sort of stage tends to give you really good RNG with death strats. Thank God for death strats, right? Yeah, that was a slow reset. I definitely want to aim for a sub 15 millisecond reset pretty much each and every time there. Okay. The movement's been kind of sus here lately, so this kind of bums me out that I'm losing a lot of time to the beginning movement, but at least I can play the rest pretty well. So I really don't want to get 29s. But yeah, I didn't get a 29, I got 30 small. Getting a 30 but getting a 37 upgrade is still pretty good though. Right. Alright, I've been practicing this. As the fruit of my labors paid off. No, it hasn't. I am not making that. Yeah, that's weird. I've been practicing a lot to push the V1 lately, and to just remove whatever pauses I can, and I will go for them even if it'll kill my run. And that didn't kill my run. That actually doesn't lose as much time as one would think. It's just the standard of run that I want is different. It's totally apples to oranges if you want. Definitely don't like 9 chunks there. What can you do? That's gonna run me into a 18 here. I don't know. I forget what I said. Could've gotten a better time without the car jump. But, you know, sometimes your execution can be all over the place. I really have sort of changed my outlook on speedrunning. Now, especially now since Pace has happened, now that I've sort of been in the driver's seat, if you will. Like, this is basically... I don't like how speedrunning is branded, honestly. I think it's, like, very much akin to an Olympic event, right? And what you're seeing me doing here is, you know, doing a 100-yard freaking butterfly in the Olympic swimming event, right? I think it's very much, you know, equivalent to that. And it should be treated like that. It's just funny to think about because in both realms, although to massively different sort of areas, right? Both realms run into the issue of money. And, you know, the Olympics are, you know, sort of lauded, right, as this, you know, legitimate sport that everybody watches. And I think the same, like, eventually, once time passes, can be said of speedrunning. I think it just has to get there first. Same can be said of, you know, fighting games, like Smash or Street Fighter or whatnot. Because a lot of this, I think, like, it could be seen like this, right? And this is a false equivalence that I'm gonna make, but bear with me here. Imagine, like, the Olympic Games were made in 0 BC, which they were not, by the way. It was a little bit, a few hundred years before 0, before Common Era. It took, like, many years and changes in culture for it to catch on. Same with speedrunning, and even now, like, 30 to 100 years later, we're still watching the Olympic Games on TV. It's still persistent. And here, you know, I think that speedrunning can very much be in that realm still. What the? That's weird. Is he on the ground? I don't know, it just happened. I'm not paying attention, that's kind of crazy. I should be paying attention to the speedrun that I'm doing. It was kind of bad because now that I'm learning PGR for Final Chase, I'm legitimately doing that thing and I'm like, I don't know, like, if I need to PGR or not because I wasn't paying attention to what frame I jumped off at. It's kind of embarrassing, but again, my one brain cell's working overtime here. What can I say? Shoutouts to the brain cell. Don't know what to think about this set. This is good set. That's what I think about it. Okay. Still gotta get 253 with that interesting performance in both levels there. It's kind of a shame because if I'm 8 seconds away from PB, I take that back. If I'm 6 seconds away from PB at the end of the run, it's going to be like, darn, I need to save time in Dry Lagoon or Hot Shot in Iron Gate, not even Dry Lagoon. Although I could save time in Dry Lagoon, technically. It's just so interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have a pretty cutter Sand Ocean here. I've been trying, like, one thing that you guys are gonna realize that's gonna be different in these runs as well is I am going to be, if I have a really bad pace run going into Sand Ocean, like a 315 and above, even a 310 and above, I am going to be attempting sandwalking just so I can incorporate a little bit of practice into it. I think the future of learning strats in not even the speed game but in anything really is by combining a lot of different things into one. And that's what my goal is, and hopefully getting a little bit more familiar with sandwalking, because I'm not going to go for sandwalking on a good run like this where I can literally PB, because then I'm just going to be in Sand Ocean for the rest of the stream. It's just going to be a bummer for me and for everybody watching. So yeah. Gotta get Melters first. Gotta name it Melters Jump. How dare you? I didn't think I got it, so I paused. Okay. That was just weird. Like, I got some weird slowdown on my freaking game. I'm like, what? Get me here. That was just... I don't even know what is happening right now. First I'm pausing, then, like, there was a weird slowdown on the jump that I was about to do, and I'm gonna get like a 152 because of it. Not the way that I want to spend my Thursday. Still, again, like a 446. Not exactly what I wanted, and it would have been way better had I not lost that. Had I not had the area of improvement for 4 seconds. I really want to, in training my speedrunning acumen, I also want to train my mental as well. Not get myself too down by saying, oh, I lost so much time, I'm so bad at this game. I can't talk here. This is just a stage that requires all my attention. It's a very needy stage, if you will. 25, we're on a 25. Got a 25, let's go. Ideally, I really want a 24, but I get a 25, I'm like, yo, 25, let's go. 138, 138k. I'm not getting a 138, Jesus Christ. That's not gonna work. This is why I gotta stop talking during this level. I'm just gonna keep getting 146s until the end of time. Stuff like that's gonna happen. What I think it is interesting though, just how much my standards have become higher in this level. I think it goes to show how far I've come, regardless of what time I get. Oh, that's interesting. I was trying to spin dash chain there, but I totally lost the rhythm and it didn't even come out. Okay. What? I was charging. Let me charge. It took. That doesn't happen well. But funny thing about this is, although the run, it's not dead. I have 2 minutes of time saved. Never dead till it's dead. But I didn't spin dash. Can't homing attack cancel there. That's interesting. But I also want to get a lot of practice in Italian egg quarters, because while I know the pieces pretty well, I don't know them perfectly. You know, I'm just gonna put on the AC here. Yeah, I've been resetting some pieces that I wasn't supposed to reset, as well as generally not doing what I'm supposed to do in this level. And again, egg quarters is not a place where it's like, GG. I think I could have gone. So right now, 30 seconds behind, just get the piece. This is a good set. Alright, so here I'm gonna be funny and just like die. I have like a lot of time save. I need to like subtract 3 seconds from this because of that. But I want to see if the teleport works, and it kind of backfired in a big way because I got 3 triangles. Am I expecting an altar piece here? I'm not exactly sure. Maybe let's when before I see a piece in altar. I did not see a piece in altar. And this is all kind of... I'm going to predicate something that I am going to reset, but I'm working... Chow symbol on the wall. Is that what that one was? Oh, yo, what's a good symbol? As you can see, I'm just kind of streaming on the superior streaming platform that isn't supporting Amazon or exploiting any people that I know. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be streaming on here for the time being. I'm so glad that the make it. Yeah, as you can tell, I kind of have a vendetta against Amazon, so can't stream there. Sorry. And funny enough, like, I'm not the only one. Like, everyone I've observed is kind of jumping ship. When I mean everyone, not like literally everyone in the world, but a lot of people, more than you would expect, are kind of being like, I don't want to be a part of Twitch anymore. Let's see what other options there are. And I'm not even like limiting myself to YouTube either way. I've kind of been eyeing Kick as well. But yeah, it's just a matter of time, I think. And yeah. Kind of getting the run of all time. Again, I have made a strategy here where I don't get this thing, but I'm gonna go on the 132. We'll get a 132 check here, which will set me up for the sub. Probably like a 158-ish. Alright. Gonna go ahead and grab that chow box, just because I can. That gives me a good amount of stuff to do here. One thing that I want to note about this level in particular is a lot of people complain about, you know, oh, this is just like an auto-scroller level. But for the most part, I mean, look, Zephyr, I know that we're both Eggman Andes here, but like you can actually do a fair amount of stuff in the auto-scroller levels. Like getting an extra life, or getting a chow box for bingo, for example. Like, it's not as boring as people make it out to be, I think. And that's part of the reason why I don't think Iron Gate, as much as maybe it's Stockholm Syndrome, but I don't view it as like the worst level in the game, and belaboring it as some like devil or something. But I have been trying to get on that 20-second hot shot though. I'm gonna have to study the IL though in order to figure it out. But I've been getting pretty consistent 22-30Xs here. It was a bit slow, I estimated 50. No. Is that a PB? That was 1 frame off of the PB. No. Yeah, my PB is a 2232. So yeah, I'm playing very consistently to that, but can I play consistently to here? What is the answer? What can I say? I don't have enough skill to, you know, don't have enough skill to get good RNG. What can I say? If I were more skilled, I would have gotten better RNG. Every time I see this piece, I'm like, where is it again? But I gotta remember this piece is actually the one closer, not farther. And I could still get a free piece here and here, but it didn't happen. What do you got? Okay. Yeah, not a run that I want to take personally. I only have a couple lives, so if I do practice sandwalking, I think my cutoff is like a 310. If I look at the timer and I'm like, oh, it's past 310, I think I'll go for it, but if I did sandwalk, I only have a couple attempts, and it's very bad at sandwalking. And I want to get some kind of runs going. Some kind of runs. I can't say that YouTube is completely free of sin either. It's just kind of the lesser evil, and if there is a lesser evil, then I'm gonna go for it. Especially with such a huge platform that I can grow on my own. But I saw this meme where it's like Twitter taught me how to communicate. It's like YouTube taught me how to research. It was like Twitter like melted my brain, or you know. And the funniest part about it was like YouTube taught me how to be a right-wing extremist. Although hopefully that doesn't happen in this stream. But yeah, I think that YouTube really is sort of an untapped market at this point, where a lot more people, and by the way, I'm going to avoid these here, and that's a part of my ring round. I think it's very untapped. Reading chat here. Should probably be focusing on the Melters jump. Dude, I haven't failed it lately. I thought I was going to fail it here, cursing myself. Creating stream content. And be like, oh, clip that. The only thing you should clip is me missing the jump a million times. I'm gonna miss the jump a million times. Where am I gonna be at? I'm not gonna be at a good place right now. Alright, don't talk during Radical Highway. That's the trick. I think Steven... Okay, Steven didn't kill me there. Good. Alright, so yeah, I want to be 15 seconds ahead at this point. Had I had a average Dry Lagoon, I would have been where I wanted to be, but clearly can't get what we want. Can't get what we want. Okay, it's Friday Night Funkin', let's go. What is your current... I can't read that. Jesus. There's something covering my screen, it's freaking me out. Jesus, every time I freak out, I get... Alright. What is that they're saying to me? What is your current Dark Storm PB action? Oh, there's this really annoying thing that's here. It's like a heart. And I can't do anything about it, right? Oh, this is the worst. OBS, do better. My current PB is basically a 25. It's a 24.53. But my sum of best is a mid-21. And, yeah, I really want to gun for that sub-23. Much like Toy Story, the titular Buzz Lightyear character, I'm not aiming for the truck. I'm not aiming for a 23 time. I'm aiming for a 22 time. It's kind of like, I was talking to Flub about this during Pace, where it's like, I'm not too different from him, where he has a PB, I think we got a PB recently, but we both have PBs that don't really represent our current skill level, And the thing about that is, which is really bad, there's a Dark Story tournament coming up, and Zethor, this is, you know, you were there for this, but the seeding was totally thrown off by my low PB, and so I was the bottom seed of my group in Group B, and Group B got top 5. Like, all of us got top 5, and it was just a broken sort of group that threw off the seeding entirely, because everyone thought, well, I'm not gonna say everyone thought I was trash, but I was fairly slept on in that tournament. So part of the reason why I'm doing this, and why, again, I have the conveyor belts in motion here, is to help alleviate that. Now that I am a part of the event committee, I think I do have, well, I can't get into it too much. This is just kind of hearsay, but I think I'll have more sway, and to put on better events, I hope that even if I don't PB, there may be some carve-outs that may be in consideration, but, you know, I'm trying to put that to bed here. And this will also represent me pretty well, I think. Try to get cute there with that little jump, to be honest with you. Just kind of didn't work out. The jump was not cute at all. I gotta continue. And again, kind of makes me think, oh, what happens if I, you know, don't PB by 3 seconds? It is the kind of overthinking disease, though. I'm just trying to farm for content here, but yeah, I was sending an email today to my manager, senior leadership, and that was like the overthinking disease in like full force. And it was just one sentence. It was just like, thank you. It was my pleasure. And it was like, oh my god, should I say it's my pleasure? Is that gonna make me sound like an idiot? I'm like, no. Just send the email, it's not gonna make me think like an idiot. It was my pleasure. Just say it. Don't think about it. Yeah, that's kind of my life lately, especially with this new position that I'm in at the company. Can I get the jump at some point in time? Was it my pleasure to get the jump? Oh my god. I get a mid-20. How could this happen? I need to jump. I need to jump to a different timeline. Just like in the titular series 999, which was last reward, 0 time dilemma. Very good visual novel series, but has been usurped completely by Master Detective Archives Raincode, which is a very, very good visual novel that I just picked up, that just got released. If anyone's interested in like really interesting stuff, I guess, do consider picking that game up. I really can't spoil it here, but a lot of visual novels boil down to things that have been done before, like the power of friendship and morality, and, you know, oh, is it really right to do this, or dating or whatever. It's like, oh, these guys are so cute, I want to date them all. But Raincode, I think part of the reason why it's so good, even though the writing is bad, is because within, you know, the realm of sociology and monomyth, really, in which how stories get told, it gets something, it makes something completely unique. It makes something completely unique that hasn't been done before. And, you know, you can write a novel or a story about something that's been done before, fine. But while it is science fiction, it delves into something that has not been discussed before, that most certainly will be a problem in the world in the future. Just not yet. Just not yet. You may be thinking to yourself, oh, this is about the environment and like global warming or something. Oh, 1984, Fahrenheit 451. No, it's not about that. It's about something totally 100% unique than that, and I think that's pretty interesting. I actually got a call, so hello. How are you? No, I'm all right. I'm actually doing something right away. Okay. All right. All right. We are back. So you may have, heard what I said just now. Like, oh,
Options.
come on, Melters. Final Fantasy VII. That was like
File select.
20 years ago. We can make a story and narrative about the environment and issues that may not affect us now, but will in the end. The answer to that is no. It's something totally different. And by even telling you what it is, it will be spoilery, but it's very relevant right now. And then someone's gonna think this is a controversial stream. Actually, yeah, I'm thinking to myself, is it about this thing that I may have used now? But no, it's not even about that. Okay. It's very interesting. Raincoat is very interesting, and I would recommend it to anyone who is interested in that sort of thing, who wants to take a big bite of the issues, affecting the world right now with regards to moral and philosophical problems, and get a new lease on it, because when's the last time that something like this was ever brought up, right? Pretty much never, so... And I say never, but I mean, it's been brought up, in fiction a lot, but it's very poignant, I guess, in that it can, it can be an issue. It's just, it's hard to talk about it in abstract, but if you ever, if anyone, let me say this, if anyone is ever interested in all about any story-driven aspect, then Master Detectives Archive Raincoat is definitely something up their alley. Now, one bad thing about it is the writing is horrible. The writing is all in service of that, crucial sort of message at the very end of the game. And I'm always for, never wait until something gets better. And if someone tells you, oh, wait until Shin Megami Tensei 4 gets better, then it becomes the best story of all time. No. It might be the best story of all time, but the game is boring as hell, right? And if you're that kind of person, I'm that kind of person too, where I don't wait for things to get better. I sort of look at something and make my assessment and judgment of if this isn't for me, or if I truly believe that this is all that this thing can offer, then I'm out of here. That's that. But if you're willing to suspend your disbelief and sort of do that, right? And again, I'm not excusing the writing. The writing's bad, right? And that, it's not only is it bad, but it doesn't have to be bad. The writing could be good, it just chooses not to be good. I don't even know why. I don't even know why the writing is that bad. Because while it's really bad once you're playing a game where it's oh, I could write a better story than this. I can wrap up, something a little bit better than this, for example. That's never a good thing to think about while I'm playing my visual novel. And, that's sort of the bad. But if you can get past that, then you're kind of in the clear. Hopefully don't get a piece here. Jesus, get on top of it. Now here, I mean... Yeah, I'll go with this run. This is a really bad run, but sorry, I'm supposed to...
How was that? Perfect? Like me?
Supposed to be a bit more positive, so let me rephrase that sentence. Let me save state myself and go back in time. this run has a lot of improvement. Getting a pretty decent start there. I'm always curious about what others' standards are as it pertains to resetting during pauses. Because as long as I, am before point 15, then I'm good. But maybe others are more stringent than that. Maybe they're like, oh, I'm not satisfied unless it's under point 7. I don't actually know, but we'll kind of see. Yeah, I'm looking at chat here. Just playing the video game. Follow me, Emeralds. Looking at the chat. Looking at the chat. To avoid the rings here. That's my middle lane. We're getting 55 is a bit of a sweet spot here because you don't really have to do anything special to get those extra 5. So you just kind of get these rings, and this, you're pretty much already there. Weird I didn't get the burn there, but okay, okay. I have another one going here. Definitely gonna get Melters jump because my name is Melters and I jump. It's kind of what happens in the world, I guess. Can I get the other jump? It's okay. Jesus. 149 game? So. Interesting. Is that a 149? No, it's not. Got a 148. Let's go. But yeah, I kind of slowed down during the end there, and yeah. 451. That's kind of okay, don't even talk. Silence. That's my problem with the skip. Like, I just stand there menacingly when I'm trying to freaking mock bounce. My B-button input gets easy for some reason. I shouldn't do that. Yeah, that's just weird. I don't know what just happened. Talking too much. $146 Andy. 146 Andy. Alright, 145. Wasn't a 146. What can I say? But again, to me, I'm using, positive. Think positive. I have, a good 8 seconds of improvement there, and I got a 28 first check, so that's kind of telling, right? But we will press onwards. I'm really, it's whatever. Red body, or red thing, I guess. Oh, they've been little in a body. I always think this is a rare piece, but I don't actually think that it is. This has the markings of a good set, as long as I don't get Dark Sonic Troll. Jesus, I don't know where this is. Jesus. No! No! I would have went back! Take me back! Country roads. I just got trolled so hard. Oh, this is a confirmed set that I'm learning confirmed sets. That's it. I can't believe this is happening to me. Although... No, I wouldn't have went back. I wouldn't have went back.
How was that?
Been pretty well, guys.
Perfect? Like
Probably
me?
turn on the lights so I don't get distracted.
So this is the space colony Ark. I have to locate the central control room that Shadow mentioned before he left.
With the standards that I have in this level, it's sort of similar where I don't want to talk, but already it's just kind of, so. Okay. 29 Anderson, I'm on. Well, I want to be a 28 Anderson. See how I can put this here. Alright, that was close to a 35, so I'm pretty happy with that. Although, you know, 35 is what I want. Don't want those rings. Can't be me. Can't swivel. Come on, Eggman, swivel. Plenty of height. Thought that was a family scene. Now 110. Guess I take it, but take it. I won't be too happy about it because I want that 108, baby. Let's see, where could I have saved time? Definitely 2 seconds at 1.5 seconds at the very beginning. And then another full second during the middle-ish I could have saved. So yeah, definitely the standard that I want to play up to. It's just, it goes back to what I was saying during the middle of the stream. I say middle, I don't know how long the stream will be. But where I have a certain standard that I want to play to, unless I'm playing to that standard, you know, it's really terrain. I want to be better here with actually getting this rocket. So got good luck here. Holy crap. Yeah. 214. One would say that a sub, like I should just take a 215 with my mouth closed. Did I say close saves? I think I did, yeah. But yeah, one would say, oh, Melters, you're so ungrateful. Got a sub 215, just take it. I want more. It's like a Disney princess, I want more. That was risky. Movement here is actually pretty important as well. Like, this could save you a good amount of time. This is a stage that has such a, not like a low skill ceiling, but like every millisecond counts here, so. And with the sloppy movement that I had, that I keep tending to have here, I'm like on pace for 46, but 45 is what I want. I want it, I got it. Never mind, never mind. Jesus Christ. What was that about? I got the 45, we got 45.94, let's go. And this is, again, here's what I'm talking about, where like, I have pretty high standards of getting this, because I don't really have any intention of pause hovering here at all. Even if I were, I'm not on PvP, so still am on. Can I pause hover? Even if I like got that the first time, I still would have done this regardless. Because I feel like there, like I didn't get like the best pause hover in the world or anything. Wow. I didn't get the best pause hover in the world or anything, but I still made it. And for this jump in particular, I want to make the point that like it's a lot less strict than people think, as long as you're aiming for the right sort of corner here on that little thing. I'm not making a good example of it because I think I can get a lot better at it. Jeez, I'm too busy talking. I can't even get a simple pause hover. Good thing that I'm not pause hovering, or else I'd be failing them all, right? I want to get better at that little jump there, though, just to make sure that I'm saving the optimal amount of time. Yeah, I missed Pointer. So yeah, all I'm gonna do here is go up to security. I'll go to security hall, I guess, but my real goal here is to get some security hall practice, get some white jungle practice, because a lot of my runs have been like everyone's runs have been dying to white jungle, so it's a terrible stage. But yeah. I want to test myself out to make sure that I understand the pieces in security. This is one of the ones that I practiced the least, so I want to make sure that I'm well practiced in. So yeah, over 2 minutes am I behind? Or do I have 2 minutes of improvement? Yes, I do. At least I know that. Yeah, no duck strats here. If I do get a piece that's bad, I think I'm just gonna kinda miss up the run. Could still PB a pace for a late 24. Call that piece knowledge. Or I won't even say piece knowledge, but radar reading knowledge. Which I think like a lot of people don't grind that sort of thing, when I think a lot of people ought to be honest. Because that can save a lot of time. Like imagine if I like got the hint there. I don't know where this is. The problem. No. Sorry. Oh, in the air. Sick.
Options. File select.
I'm trying to think to one of the
Story
things that I used to do in band in high school. I had to play some Italian songs, and one of them was Air for Band. It's Ciela from Twilight Princess, so Phantom Hourglass, I should say. So that's how I'm gonna remember. Too bad I can't remember how to move past the box. That is impossible. But yeah, high 18, still on 18, what can I say? Uh-oh, back to the lab again. Back to the skunk again. We get some triple skunk strats here. Pretty epic if I got some triple skunk strats. I think. My opinion. But yeah, I think, like, imagine if there was a person, right, that, like, really loved Iron Gate and Hotshot and Dry Lagoon. They really love these ILs to death. I think that Dark Story would be a really perfect thing for that person in particular. Couldn't be me though. I think Dry Lagoon is okay, or Iron Gate's okay, but possible boxes. I need to get a better strategy to destroying the boxes. I don't think I'm matching hard enough. And that's kind of what's getting me. Because everyone takes those boxes differently than I do, and I'm just kind of using an antiquated sort of method. There's something in the water today. Why can't I get this one?
Options.
It's getting really dark. Is everything okay in the outside world? It's only 5 o'clock.
File select.
Did daylight savings time come early?
File select.
Ooh. Thirsty.
Story select.
But we will continue onward. But I need to say something though. It's a funny little story. I've been thinking of Stool Softener recently. When I was a kid, I saw this ad on TV on the Disney Channel that was, oh, Stool Softener. And I legitimately thought at that point, Stool Softener was, because the ad was like for like old people, but anyone who's stool softener, of course. It was like old people sitting on a stool. It's like, oh, get some stool softener today. I legitimately thought that's what it was for. It's like, oh, I guess there's a medicine, so when you sit down, it makes it feel like the stool is a bit softer, so it hurts your butt a little less. But clearly, I know now that is not the case. Right here, I'm actually going to showcase a backup strategy. I do have this amount of rings, and I actually messed it up, darn it. But there's actually a backup strat to actually still get rings. Guess I'm just getting this here. Ah, unfortunate. I guess that just... Because what I was supposed to do was I was only supposed to lock onto 2 of those things, so I didn't get the extra 5. And had I done that, I would have still been able to go back here, get the extra life, etc. But, it's not the reality I live in right now, so... I'm not even kind of yelling at it, not even thinking about it anymore. This means I'm going to have less lives to work with. It's alright, 5 lives should be plenty. Right there. $58, and again, that is with the thing. That was overall not the run that I wanted. It's still a 158, you know, and it's 158 to 158. You gotta take it. Man, it's pretty dark right now. It's a good thing I have my gamer... Jesus, that was really slow. It's a good thing I have my gamer RGB Razor Wolverine in order to light up the darkness, right? Even Aiden has one of those. It's a bit of a shame that we didn't do like a Razor Wolverine group photo, because like so many people at PACE had them. Not to mention the LEGO Star Wars runners, which I heard like most of the people in attendance had Razor Wolverines, which is crazy to me that it's spread from SA2 to pretty much a lot of the mainstream sort of games, speedrunning games. I don't think this is going to be good. No, let's change my activator. I think this is going to be the best set I've ever gotten in my entire life, and I'm going to be so happy in general. Because it's about the friends I made it. Let's go. This is one that I will. One that I will sort of. Actually, nah. I'll go with this one. This is a funny run. Got a 46.
How is that? Perfect? Like me?
Man, Colonel. I'm trying to speedrun, but the glow of my Razor Wolverine is alerting the guards.
Options. File select. File select. Story select.
Yeah, about Raincode, I guess we just kind of call it Raincode at this point. I think it's really good for a couple of reasons. For the Danganronpa series, of which this is the spiritual successor, the writers always do a good job of setting up the next installment at the very end, which is awesome, and sort of gives sequel bait away. Now, I've never played Danganronpa, so I don't actually know any specifics, of course, like if the sequels are actually any good or not, but it paves the way for fan theories, and it's just rife with discussion. And sort of tied to that sort of thing is it also does a really good job. Like, you know, a visual novel does its job when, like, it makes you think about it, like, for, like, weeks and months afterwards. Like, oh man, that was a really good experience. Like, that it meant a lot to me. It's just one of those things. And it's kind of like, funny how we're talking about Fire Emblem right now, but it's kind of like why Fire Emblem Three Houses is my favorite game, right? Because not only do I like the core gameplay experience, but I resonate a lot with the actual story that's being told, and that just elevates it a lot. And the more I think about it, although I really want Fates to be my favorite game, Fire Emblem-wise, you know, Fates kind of has to edge it out, or Three Houses kind of has to edge it out, just because I like the story that much. I like the world building that much. So can I edge out a 158 here? What do you guys think? I think I can. A little bit of hesitation there, though, will cost me the 158. Although I have lowered my average time to a 159, which is pretty good, so I am pretty happy about that.
That wasn't so difficult.
I'm getting close to a 158, and that's not going to stop that either, so let's hope we get a pretty good hot shot. I'll be really quiet about hot shot. So quiet about hot shots, just insane to me. Yeah, another 2237 again, pretty consistent here. I think, like, at this point in time, I feel like I can call myself a boss guy, just because my bosses are all there. No. Jerome's Path. I was gonna guess that this wasn't Under a Chin, and I wonder if I can actually guess which one it would have been. Like, thinking of the level geometry.
How is that? Perfect? Like me?
Okay, here's a sort of food for thought here. From where I was at Turtle's Tunnel, would the other Under a Chin have pinged? Because if it did, that actually would be pretty interesting, because I could have saved a little bit of time during that, having a sub 3-minute exit. Too busy talking about a sub 3-minute exit that I can't even jump. Let's go. I think one of these days I'm going to, if I like have a certain quality of run going into the Sand Ocean, I might not even, I might just go for Sandwalk. Yeah, but what I did just there is actually a backup strat. Getting this pillar down is pretty much a formality no matter what you do, because you can always jump out at the very end and snipe it. So that was really easy. I don't know what I'm doing. They're about 49 long. Get a checkpoint. I could, like, in theory get an extra ring, but I want to feel pretty good about getting the capsule. Because it's so easy to get the capsule by accident and lose a second that it's just like, I don't know. I don't mess with that. Because here, like, what if I hit the capsule by accident? It's like, oh, wish I didn't do that. Okay. No booster. Interesting. I thought I was gonna get it there. I think what happened there really was I need to turn on my lights. Like, it's really, really dark. Really is. Alright, yeah, I did just get my answer. It's like thunderstorming, which is probably why that happened. I didn't see anything at 6 p.m. Let me make a file. Wait a minute. Early 18. I don't want a 17, but it'll do. It'll do. Yeah, Una Cielo is in the air. Cielo from Phantom Hourglass. It's a fairy that floats in the air. That's how I know.
Level 3 security door breach. Intruder has breached sections 3 through 8. Get him.
Freaking out.
Level 4 security door breach.
Could have been a 107, but what can you do? So I'm going on 30, maybe, perhaps. Lots of it. Barely time. Huh? What happened to my extra life? What am I gonna do with my life? That was weird. I feel like I should have gone that extra life. Something happened and I didn't. It's gonna be a decent time. I'll take a look at the side. Never mind. It wasn't 157 a couple seconds ago. I don't know, I feel like that rocket can be my demon sometimes. It's like Team Rocket in Pokemon. Let me get my water running here. Keep myself hydrated during stream. Just a little thing called hydration.
Enemy movement has been detected. En route to intercept and destroy.
I can even. Oh, you know it's windy outside when you can hear the wind from your window. It doesn't sound like wind. It sounds like someone's like moaning outside my window.
Additional support.
It's not looking good. Tied with my gold. Let's go. Alright, let's exit. Let's grab a swing of water. Swig of water, if you will.
File select. File select. Story select.
Sometimes we cry, we wait.
Let's listen to Balan Wonderworld.
Sometimes we can't see anything, but don't give up. You are not alone. We can be stronger 'cause we have this treasure. We will survive just like we are.
Balan Wonderworld, everybody.
Intruder alert.
Yes, 7 check one of these days. Wonder how that is.
Security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder. Level 2 security door breach. Level 2 security door breach.
4 seconds on the table. These doors.
Intruder has breached sections 3 through 8. Get in.
I feel like there's gotta be a consistent way to break them without honking.
Level 4 security door breach.
Okay, so item box is there. Good. Last time it wasn't there. There's the item box. Nah, I need the 135. Totally miscount that, that's all I need. Imagine I need to go 34 because I'm so slow, but it doesn't even count it. It's kind of estimated. Kind of like Final Brush Skip where you estimate how much seconds you need. Kind of mess with you in the long run if you do that too much, but especially at pace, man. Like there were 2 runs at pace during the tournament where some really good runs were thrown because not that people weren't counting, but they were so nervous and they were about to get to 21. Especially Flub, man. He was about to QB there.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. He is too strong. Additional
Really? What's happening? It wasn't even a good set either. Or... What am I saying? That doesn't make sense. No. No. I didn't check for under the crow's face area, so don't even need to understand.
Gotta be close.
Holy crap! What is happening outside? Hold on. Oh my god! It's a flash flood. Alright, so that's actually 2 flash floods in a row.
Like me?
There's like a roar of thunder and like wind and lightning outside. My goodness.
Those idiots will never find my hidden base inside this pyramid. Let's take care of business here first.
is it so dark outside? Because the raining cats and dogs, that's why. And it's not even like 100% thunder either. It's just the wind that's that strong. And that's how you know it's getting bad. There was this one time, and it's so funny to think about now, because this would have been 8 years ago, where I was at my summer job, right? Funny enough, at the place that I still work. God, it's so bad outside. But it was like in the middle of summer, and it was so hot the entire day. But I'm sort of walking home. That was the one day that I happened to walk home from work for like 2 miles. And it was so bad that day that freaking chow box, by the way, that happens to me all the time. And I'm like,
Options.
how does that happen to me all the time? Why am I dying at chow box jump now? But in the middle of the summer, in the middle of July, around this time, like I would hazard a guess, that would be exactly 8 years ago, although, you know, it's hard to know. There was a hailstorm in the middle of July. In the middle of July as I'm going from work. And this kind of reminds me of that time. Back when I used to work in pathology.
Intercept intruder.
Pathology person. Jesus.
Level 2 security door breach.
Getting a 22 because I'm too busy talking about pathology. It's content though, that's got content. I was just looking at the sky and it's just like, come on, weather, do your worst, Mother Nature. I can handle it. And then it legitimately like started hailing. And there are these families across the road from me, and it's like, hey, do you want to step in to our house while the weather's, you know, doing its thing? And I'm like, no, I'm fine. I'm right next to my house. I wasn't right next to my house. It was like a mile away. But I didn't want to spend time anywhere. It was bad, especially at that point because I was rained on, and you know, I didn't. Okay, so this is legitimate 135, but I was rained on, and I didn't have any umbrella or anything because I didn't carry anything to work in at that point. But let's work. Okay, can we go in person? Is this 401 case? I remember one of the coolest times that I've ever had while in the rain was when I was rained on. It was like really raining, but I had my raincoat. But instead of putting it on my head, I put it on my bag to protect my bag, right? Missed the 201, but I put it in my bag, my sling bag, and I had my headphones on. So, I was just in the rain with no coat, getting totally 100% drenched by the rain. But I was still listening to music because I had like a certain type of special headphones on. So, and I was just putting on some nice music, and it was just really nice.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot.
I had to walk a similar distance as well.
Additional support.
So that was another cool point. At 2242, which is not what I want, but I can hear the ground shaking. Like, I'm surprised my stream is still up. This going on. Let's do this. Just decided to do it. I have to go for the moon, like I said. So here is a run where I would go for sandwalking, which I'm going to.
How was that? Perfect? Like me?
So bad. They're so bad. Might have to go, might have to leave stream in a second and help my mom. If she needs my help, so we'll see. That wasn't even close to the balloon, and I could feel it. Which is progress, I guess, but at the same point, I don't want to be, like, not even near the balloon, so... Yeah, well, go. I can bot boost like this, but I don't even think it, like, helps me, so... Maybe I need to rethink. This is still gonna be like a 40, 43, and I have it super, super high. So is it even worth it? Yeah, like this, like no shot this will make it. Time. $43 in fact. Why are you not dead? That would have been 112, so a 12-second improvement from my other one.
File select. File
From a
select.
normal non-sandwalking attempt. I still think I need to push, I need to push the upgrade time a little bit longer to be where I want it to be.
Intruder alert.
Yeah, that's what I can say. I think at this point, all of my time save for sandwalking is just gonna be at the beginning to get that bot boost. So, what can I say? That was a 17, which is nice. I love getting 17s. I don't know, I kind of feel... It's hard, right? Because I kind of feel for the people who are out in the rain right now. Coming back from work, and no place else to go, or whatever the case may be. Sitting on my laurels, working remotely. That could have been me, had I not fought for the decision that I have now. Wanted to push it a little bit too far there. It was a little bit too
Options.
aggressive. But I wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest. Like, I want to be as aggressive as I can with my time save, and if I'm not, like, what am I doing, right? So I tried to, you know, do a pretty tight line there. But they could go home.
Level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder.
I'm in the mid-18s, okay.
Level 2 security door
We're
breach.
good,
Level 2
mid-18s, that's good.
security door breach.
I don't know. I've sort of been looking at speedrunning, particularly SA2, like Olympics, right? Like a sport. Like I really think, despite what some might say, I think it is sport in a different sense, more so the Olympic sort of sense. But to that end, I view it like speedrunning different games, kind of like I am like a pro baseball player. Or whatever the case may be, right? And I play baseball, that's what I do. But if you hand me basketball, you tell me to fight against basketball people, or play against basketball players, I guess, and I'm like, I don't know what to do here. so still 130. Because I was asking sort of Katie and everybody else at during that time in Maryland, like, can you guys imagine yourselves like speedrunning anything else? And they're like, nah, you really can't. Which makes a lot of sense because I feel the same way. What if freaking, you know, LeBron James or something said, you know, oh, I'm gonna be a famous baseball player. That just doesn't happen. Like, you spent so much time, you know, perfecting your craft, and this is like your art form, that, you know, you're really not, it's not even, not that it's not worth it, like, you can still do it on the side, but this has sort of become a part of you at least. And I think it's really interesting to have that effect on someone. I do get a 157 there, which is not what I want. I wanted a 156 with the execution that I had, but can't win them all, and, you know, we take this any day of the week. The only thing I can say about this is that ideally I do want that, I want a 158 consistent without Youth March. If you told me this in 2017, I'd be like, how do I do that? By hacking? Wall run? But no, just by optimization. Everybody's here to play. And I guess this one is a 147 with 2 grid no. A bit better than I anticipated. Yeah, this kind of shows me that I need some more practice in Security Hall in particular. I don't know this piece. I don't know this piece. Never works out. But you kind of, like, once you take this piece, you're kind of, you know, committed to it, so it's just kind of like, why go for it anyway? Wait, behind the water plant? Oh! It's over here. I'm too busy thinking about something else. Sandwalking. We're sandwalking. Somebody's got to show this to summoning souls. So we're sandwalking. Oh, sandwalking. Sandwalking. It's so exciting. Oh my god. And again, you know, like, I'm here and I can, you know, in theory, like, keep the run, but I think getting better at sandwalking eclipses, you know, losing 20 seconds, basically. Now, I'm confused why I didn't get the balloon. I'm confused as to why I hit the balloon there and how that worked, but take a guess. I don't feel like I'm even being pushed by these guys. Like, it feels just like nothing. I think the next thing that I'm going to do when I'm searching more and grinding more is figuring out if I actually am, if my speed stat is actually higher or not. I'm sure someone could tell me, but I don't legitimately believe it. Negative. I want to get practice on this music too. Jesus. That's why I need practice, because when I actually get sandwalking and have bad movement, then it's a wrap. Because that's not the play of that 47.
Options. File select. File select.
Everybody okay? I have an email. What does the email say? Ready for better Saks products?
Story
and it's almost the same way, right? I've sort of come to a point, right, where my eyesight's sort of teetering on the brink of working or not. So if speedrunning doesn't work out for me, then music will. I have a saxophone and everything, so when I say that SH2, has become a part of me, or maybe that's corny to say, part of me has also become, to be optimal, to optimize things, and to do good, and to sound good. Saxophone, for example, or when I'm at work, be absolutely optimal in what I do. Whether I get that promotion or get the recognition that I'm looking for. So when that one automated tweet said, make up a speedrunning guy, and it's like the guy that uses speedrunning tech at his work, that was definitely. So 109, that's a 131. Accidentally got the life capsule, so it's kind of cringe, but yeah, I definitely use speedrun strategies at work. Definitely mock bounce at work. Do it all the time. Oh, almost 157, okay.
That wasn't so difficult.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement has been detected. En route to intercept and destroy.
Coming up.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. He is request additional support.
Pathetic humans.
Alright, so we definitely have a good amount of leeway going in to this level here. Let's see what I got. Okay. I think I should stop doing this piece. I just can't feel good about not checking for 3 pieces though, unless it's scientifically proven that I shouldn't. Time for sandwalking, guys. But yeah,
How is that? Perfect? Like me?
there's some free pieces that you think would be free but are not. Kind of like Air's condition of the security hall up top. That you can't get like invincible guard from that or anything. In the 1024 at the very least, so there's no reason to check it, right? I'm thinking about that, but really good thing here. But yeah, that's just one example of if you're gonna check for free pieces outside of the 1024, and you get that air conditioner of the security hall up top, then yeah, you can definitely do just that. But this is a free piece. Like, we have to be careful with what free pieces we check for, because unless it makes sense to check for that free piece and if it's actually gonna be there, you gotta figure out if it's actually even possible for it to be there. Because when I was first starting out, it's like, oh, it makes sense. Why doesn't anybody check for this piece? It's not really implicitly stated to new people that it's a good idea, but this is actually totally impossible, physically impossible, for the game's limitations. Thank you. Now I didn't get the checkpoint here, so I'm actually gonna get both of the things. I have to avoid the rings like the plague here. Should be fine. Plenty of leeway here. But be a little careful, that's all. Yeah, that's 2 times my jump didn't come out when I wanted to. Again, you know, I think that this is really comparable to the Olympics and even like to playing an instrument, right? It's like, oh, you know,
Story select.
you played this note slightly too loud at a timbre, at a decibel that's a little bit too loud. You kind of very slightly, you know, did this, so you fail the entire thing. I mean, I know people who go to Berkeley School of Music, Boston after all, and like, that's legitimately like what they have to deal with. It's like, oh yeah, you want to become the best musician ever, it's fine if you do want to do that, but just don't get mad when your professor, you know, pulls out their decibel, you know, figures out that you're playing a decibel too high. Kind of like there, right? You know, that was like a 3-frame jump or something, so very punishing is the game. The game is the professor. Man's a lot out of me, but got a lot out of me. Taking a lot out of me for this Renegade isn't the best, but you know, we'll deal with it. Again, I'm sort of if I'm behind or if I'm really ahead, I want to push a little bit more there.
Options.
Although that was very overzealous of me, and also
File select.
my jump didn't come out in time, which is kind of a reoccurring pattern here. Let's go ahead and make
Options.
a file.
File select. File
Let's make
select.
a file. Let's make another file.
Story select.
Intruder alert. Assume level 1 defense formation. Level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept
Surprised that made it, but this is the best stuff. Get about a 19 for that.
Level 2 security door breach. Level 2 security door breach.
Like SO2, SO2 is kind of like a guitar, right? Sonic guitar, if you will. Something old school runner. Like Mario 64 is like, you know, the violin. And you put them all together and they work together to make a symphony, if you will. That's what Pace is all about. Lots of Mario runners there.
Has breached sections 3 through 8. Get him. Level 4 security door breach.
So 131. I need to get these things. Jesus, I forgot the rings. I'm so used to like standing there for like a million years that I don't even.
File select.
Sometimes I just forget, but it will become muscle memory. Because what I just did there was muscle memory for the old strat that I'm not going to try, what I'm trying to break away from. So it'll come, it'll come.
Level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder.
19 game.
Level 2 security door breach. Level 2 security door breach.
Alright, so if these chaos drives are condoms, We got the yellow one, which is the lettuce. Red one, which is, well, I guess lettuce isn't a condiment. Unless, okay, so the green chow thing would be pickles. And the red one would be mustard, yellow one would be ketchup. What are the other ones? So we have purple, red, there's the red. What's the other chow? There's only 4.
Level 4 security door breach.
31. There's only 4. Okay. Oh, I have an idea. Ah, missed the thing again. How can I do this? Okay, so there can be a burger, right? Okay, so there's... So 158, that's not the best in the world, but... Okay, so there's a burger, right? And...
That wasn't so
No, the burger's not gonna work. I don't think.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement has been detected. En route to intercept
It's like
and
lettuce,
destroy.
tomatoes... I sound like a crazy person right now, but I swear I'm going somewhere with this.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. Request additional support.
pathetic humans.
Forget it. I'll tweet it out at some point. Tweet out my ideas. Now that's how you check the pieces. Oh, that's it. That's it. Trust in myself. I would have done a better time if I did. Jesus. About to mess up really bad there. But I'm surprised that wasn't a better time. Obviously, I could have done better and really committed to the flip out, but
Like me?
let me think. Was there any reason not to flip out there? No. In every instance, I should have flipped out there.
Inside this pyramid.
Can I reset? I like how those two guys just flew by or getting hit by the thing. It's gonna be a bit close though, a bit too close for my liking. This. Yeah, my jumps are getting in, and I think whenever it jumps, inputs are getting. Yo, what's good, Devo?
File
He just
select.
came. He just came. You came just in time to see my jump
Story select.
input eaten by the video game. Yeah, right now we're just gonna go ahead and do some dark story runs. You know how it is.
Alert. A single word defense formation. Level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder.
Gonna fail the box test. Alright. Fail the door test. Get a 20.
Level 2 security door breach.
Just what I do. That's how I'm built. Built differently. Anyways, I was talking about hamburger. See, look at those things over there. Got the lettuce. No, that's not what it is. It's I know what those are actually. Those are a traffic light. So you have by the way, I'm gonna show off a pretty cool strat here. It's
Intruder has breached sections 3 through 8.
darn it, I failed it. I was only supposed to hit one of them, but it's fine. So I'm gonna be able to get the speed shoes, just not the actual thing. Okay, so I was 111. What am I saying? Okay, so these things here, right? These are like chaos strides. I can make an emote where one of the Chow drives are like forgive me for speaking really weirdly right now. It's been a long day for me. But yeah. I can make the Chow drives like an emote basically. Jesus, how about I talk about something that I'm not, thinking about while actively speedrunning and trying to go fast here. Let's talk about Dry Lagoon. What Dry Lagoon? I think Dry Lagoon's one of my favorite mech levels. I like it when Rouge entered her mech. You know what? Instead of SA2, like everyone complaining, oh, why is Tails in a mech? Why don't they just put Sonic in a mech? Is that what Sonic All-Stars Racing is all about? Because a car is basically a mech once you think about it.
And destroy. This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. He is too strong.
Overzealous. Oh my. Yeah, what if they just put Knuckles in a mech? And like Amy in a mech? And the Chow are already in a mech. Come on. Way ahead of us there. Probably a sandwalking moment. If I'm thinking correctly. I think I might switch to practice in a little while, but I don't know. See what happens. Okay. This one I actually have to get the piece here, not myself. Is this gonna be stuff? Guess.
How was that? Perfect? Like me?
Sure. I'll do sandwalking. Sandwalking is basically a reset because I'm so inconsistent at it, but I only get more consistent if I ever go for it. So during dead runs, that's what I'll do. I didn't think that was gonna hit the figure.
Options. File select. File select. Story select.
Intruder alert. Assume the forms and formation. Level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder.
of the cool things about Raincoat that's coming up, we were talking about Raincoat a while ago, of course, the visual novel that I just finished. It's actually getting some DLC, and I was so surprised, I'm thinking to myself, oh my god, I'm gonna have to shell out some cash here to get the DLC. But I already paid for the DLC digital deluxe edition that includes it, so that's pretty cool. Also came with an art book as well as a digital music collection. Although, I mean, I love the game so much that I probably want to get a physical one. See 111. Can I actually hit the thing this time? That's the question. Also, I just realized something. Well, first of all, I didn't get the thing. It's bad, but why, oh why in the world do I have my OBS upgrade? It's wasting my resources. I need to not look at OBS while I'm streaming. It's kind of crazy. Why was I doing that this entire time? Jesus. I shouldn't be looking at OBS. This is a bad thing. Oh, I know why I'm looking at OBS. It's because it's annoying and it only shows up and I can't look at the chat unless I'm looking at OBS. I remember that part. Although, I can technically go to my YouTube dashboard, but I don't know.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement
It's
has
kind of
been detected.
easy.
En route to intercept and destroy.
Just look at this.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. Request additional support.
Pathetic humans.
Yeah, definitely making sort of leaps and strides here on this hotshot boss. Not a place where you sort of think for me to save a lot of time, but I have been. For me, half a second is a lot. What can I say? Good set. Any more? It's because I'm playing in Italian. It means I'm playing. It's the only like possible explanation. To be honest. Still. The reason why I'm pushing that box is because I'm playing in Italian. What can I say? Fumble the bag there, but I think one of the issues is I'm going for a non-reset sort of thing here, and part of the problem is that I haven't grinded the non-reset sandwalking thing, so I don't know. Let's find out. First I was too late, then I'm too early. Understood. You in the middle? I can't. Let's practice. Okay, so the bots are pushing me. And I don't know if this actually helps me or not. It feels like I'm still going as slow as I ever have been, so it's kind of like, I don't know if I'm going faster, but it is what it is. I will need to guys. That's where I go.
se-
I'm gonna eat later. I'm gonna eat some spaghetti.
Intruder alert. Assume level 1 defense formation. Level 1 security.
I think my biggest problem with these doors is that I'm not mashing. Like here, I'm not mashing either, which is probably... Or I'm mashing, but I'm not mashing as hard as I could be. It's probably affecting my ability to like, get a second. So I just gotta mash it, which I can get without. I think my next stream might just be a practice stream, but I don't know.
Level 3 security door breach. Intruder has breached.
I've been thinking a lot about the stuff that's been going on in Mad Space lately. It's really crazy. It just kind of cracks the entire stage open if you will. Although I will say, you know, let's see, this is a 131. Okay. Kind of have to say it, have to verbalize it to make sure I memorize it. But, yeah. I haven't been getting a lot of red plant or capsule planet pieces, which is sort of what the skip is all about. But, yeah. Jesus, can I get the thing? That was slow, real slow. Can literally hit everything besides the thing I'm trying to hit. It's pretty awesome. This thing. Yeah, and Dry Lagoon can just give me like a 22 out of nowhere, so kind of take it.
That wasn't so difficult.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. Enemy
Pausing
movement
for a
has
second
been
there,
detected.
no
En route
problem.
to intercept and destroy.
Part of my problem is hitting the back bumpers on my controller. Never use them, but I have them
This is Scorpion Troops
on
Hotshot.
pause.
The enemy is stronger than expected. Requires additional support.
That seemed pretty good, but I was paused for half a second. So, what can we do? 6 seconds on the table. Take a pretty unique route here. Hope nobody minds. I mind because I can't do it, but.
Only one more left.
You should notice that.
It's gotta be close. I got it.
Yeah, that was a big movement moment.
How was that? Perfect? Like me?
Not exactly what I wanted. And I mean, it wasn't the best in the world or anything, but it was still pretty good.
Base inside this pyramid. Business get worse.
147. Nah.
Options.
Every time I get a little shaky here and there, that's kind of what happens. Haven't been out of, although this is by no means a benchmark, I haven't been to Radical Highway in like an hour or so.
Intruder alert. Assume level 1 defense formation.
And when I get there, right on it starts to act up, etc., etc.
Level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder. Level 2 security door breach. Level 2 security door breach.
right, here we go. Got another Iron Gate coming up from here. And even if I mash, it doesn't work. So I have to be consistent way to break down that door.
3 through 8. Get in. Level 4 security door breach.
That's still a 133, but it's a very generous 133. Okay, so there I got it. Finally. Sometimes Iron Gate's gonna be stuck, that's just the way it is. Yo, what's good, Yarasu? Just in time for the scuffed Iron Gate. Hope you like the scuffed Iron Gate. Got 6 seconds on the clock right now. That may, you know,
That wasn't so difficult.
may have been a bit, how you say, better,
This is Scorpion
but
Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement has
Got
been
it.
detected. En route to intercept and destroy.
I've been thinking of mapping 2 buttons to the A bar. Well, two buttons on the
This is
controller to
Scorpion
A
Troops
rather,
Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected.
just to help me on boss fights like this one. Because I really care a lot about like saving frames there, especially like getting low on 2230 X's. So that's one thing that I kind of want to work on. But obviously the ideal is to get 20-second times. So better be good. Better be so good that I have to jump on the wall twice. Alright, going for broke tables. So what is it? This. So here, for those sort of just joining in, whenever I get a really sort of subpar run such as this one, and I should have seen this piece to be honest with you, it would have been really fast had I gotten it. I'm actually going to be going for sandwalking just to see if I can get it to save the run and, you know, get myself 12 seconds back. Which is just weird to talk about.
Find my base inside this pyramid.
Because I want to be saving 20 seconds from sandwalking, not 12. For the type of run that I want, I don't understand why I didn't hit the balloon there. It seemed perfect. But yeah. That just wasted time. I don't know why I did that. But because I get consistent 148s without sandwalking, so my ideal is, you know, to really get that 128 when I actually go for sandwalking to get it consistent. And I've been getting it, you know, here and there, not in a capacity where it would save time. I get it like 4th, 5th try like I did here, but yeah. And I got hit by the pillars, which is never good. Yeah, my biggest problem with sandwalking is that sometimes I just don't hit the balloon, which is a problem, clearly. If I'm not hitting the blue during sandwalking, that's a huge concern because that makes me feel like I'm so far away from actually mastering the trick. Which is my biggest thing. Because my biggest time save actually is this beginning portion. Losing a lot of time here, Jesus. Because I'm cutting it really close with the thing, so a bit better there. Yeah, that would have been perfect. I would have gotten like what? If I had continued from there, I would have gotten like
Options. File select. File
a
select.
110 check actually. If I got a 110 check, that's 14 seconds better than my 148, which would have gotten me my gold of 136. 132
Intruder
actually.
alert. Assume level 1
No, 136. No, 132. I count.
level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation.
134. Jesus. It's pretty good, but I want to save 6 seconds on top of that. And I'm only saving those 6 seconds until I actually master Bot Boost, or whatever we're calling it. I have my own name that I want to call it, but we're going to say that for a little bit. The nomenclature of SA2, tricks, standardized.
Level 3 security door breach. Intruder has breached sections 3 through 8. Get him. Level 4 security door breach.
This is a standard time for me. Just going to get a 130 here. Check at the very least. It's cool. I like when that happens. Just have to remember to actually get, that perfect. Hate when that happens. It's like drop like a rock. Don't hit the rock. 2-minute time, no way. Let's move there.
That wasn't so difficult.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement has been detected. En route to intercept and destroy.
Come in.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. Request additional support.
I wonder, how do you even get like a 20-second time anyway? I'm interested to see that IL now. I've always been curious about that sort of thing and wanting to study more ILs during my downtime at work, but we'll see. Why do we take conferences anyway? Always got a question. What good set comes from this? I'm gonna keep my words now, probably. Or not. Set so bad.
It's gotta be close. I got it!
The set works. And if it doesn't work, why bother?
How was that? Perfect?
This is the
like me?
famous words of Todd Howard. Skyrim is in this game.
Those idiots will never find my hidden base inside this pyramid. Let's take care of business here first.
I thought I should have hit the balloon there. I really did. I think part of the thing that I need to start doing is approach this trick like I assume that I'm always going to hit the balloon, basically. That wasn't so bad. I mean, this is going to get me a second cycle time, so. But the problem is, like, these guys are behind me, but they're not even pushing me. Just kind of like doing nothing. Kind of constant. But I think I only need one bomb here. That's kind of good. Actually, I don't need any bombs. Let's go. Dude, if I need a bomb, I'm gonna be so. It's gonna give me like a 40-second time. Ah, barely. Although, you know, now that I've actually been doing sandwalking in a sort of state where there's kind of stakes involved, where I can actually PvP, I think it's actually helping me understand the trick a bit more now that sort of stakes are involved. Versus when I'm doing, you know, rogue practice, and it's just like, if I get, I don't enjoy. But here, you know, in front of everyone, there's sort of incentive to perform. Keep my water bottle right here. And this is gonna be ow my brachial plexus just hurt me just now. It's not good.
Level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder.
I think that has something to do with remashing the
Level 2
keyboard. So
security door breach.
brachial plexus. What's happening?
Level 3 security door breach. Intruder has breached sections 3 through 8. Get him.
Don't beg me, don't.
Level 4 security door breach.
That's 111. March up, by the way. I tried to get the other extra life, didn't work out. Sure, it can be consistent though, it's just kind of a big But in runs like this, where, you know, you can only go from here, I think it's worth it to go for, just to see if I can get the extra life consistently. Just because, you know, I'm impressed I got a 159 by the way, but just because I think it'll be a huge implication if we can get 7 lives out of Dragon.
That wasn't so difficult.
Yeah, I think a 157 time average is
This is
definitely
Scorpion
what
Troops
I should be
Hotshot. Enemy movement
striving
has been
for.
detected. En route to intercept and destroy.
I need a stretch more. What's going on with my brachial plexus? My neck bones.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. Request additional support.
Pathetic humans.
Brachial plexus gaming. So yeah, this in particular, I'm not going for sandwalking for, because even if I do get sandwalking, kind of like last attempt, it's not like I'm actually going to get the upgrade
Like
anyway.
me?
So yeah, a little awkward.
Those idiots will never find life base inside this pyramid.
One frame away, not too bad. Always gotta remember to take that turn as wide as you can. It does pay off. It's actually faster in game. Not like any of the stage really matters, to be honest with you. I'm sort of sand ocean pilled, if you will, and I really understand that until the very end of the level, that's the only movement that kind of matters. It's so interesting how, like, this is one of the first Eggman stages, and it's kind of the inverse of Cosmic World, where only the beginning matters. But here, really only the end matters once you're actually done with either sandwalking or first cycle. That's where you can save all the time in the world. Other than that, you're kind of throttled. If you don't. I think throttle is actually the perfect word to describe that. So here, like literally here is the only part of the level that actually matters, so. Really? That's one way to build it on.
Options.
I swear, I mean,
File
just
select.
imagine how different this category would be. Like, how different if the level designers actually put a checkpoint on... Oh, actually, that's sort of a double-edged sword. I'm thinking to myself, like, oh, what if they put a checkpoint before Melter Struck? But then we won't get the speed juice to save the extra seconds, so kind of a give and take there, but I'd kind of take check before Melter Struck, please.
Level 2 security door
17,
breach.
nice.
Security door breach.
Alright everybody, this is it. This is the PB. Hello YouTube. Kind of crazy as well, because when you're on Twitch, like, the funny thing to say is like, hi YouTube, hi everyone, this is gonna be on YouTube, it's so epic. But I'm on YouTube all the time, so what do you say now? It's like, hi, I don't know.
Breach sections 3 through 8. Get in.
Hi Twitch. Imagine if someone uploads this to Twitch, that would just be crazy. It would have been a 107, but it's a 108, unfortunately. Definitely want to get that consistent 107. You have the triple skunk strats though, so that's pretty hype, but... That, okay. Alright, don't forget. With you in the dark, just like Undertale, or Deltarune. Pretty funny though, I mean, we're kind of due for another installment of Deltarune, I think, so wonder when we're gonna get that. If we're gonna get that. Never know. Alright, things didn't go as planned there, but I backed it up pretty well, which is kind of nice. I just think that Iron Gate is a lot more interesting than City Escape is for the first level. I mean, IL's be damned, you know. That's always going to be a different sort of story. But story style, though, I think there's a lot more going on, because you're playing a lot more of Iron Gate,
That wasn't so difficult.
as opposed to skipping 40 seconds of the level in City Escape.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement has been detected. En route to intercept and destroy.
Jesus. Already losing time. But positive.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy
Positive
is closer
or-
than expected. Request
That's me.
additional support.
Positive person.
Pathetic you.
Positive people get 2240x, I guess. Guess you could say that. Okay, now we're talking. If I have Under the Turtle's face, I'm gonna be like destroyed very much. Didn't get it. Very nice. Not getting the time that I wanted because I did lose a second there to the spring. Gotta trust my blind movement there a little bit more, but still kinda what I wanted. I mean, I don't know, like I don't want 30s these days in Trilogy. But that would have given me a 30 item. Although I did waste a good amount of time. Did waste a good amount of time checking for free pieces, so that would have given me like a 29 or so, with optimal movement of course, but yeah. Again, get the back up there. It's pretty awesome, can't lie. It kind of makes me wonder if the backup should be the main strategy, but it is a little bit more risky. If you can avert that risk as much as you can up front, I think that really is good to set you up for the future, so... Yeah. Even here, I'm doing the like subtle ring routing, where I am going to get the 5 rings here and get the checkpoint. Again, just for best practices, right? It's gonna make my life a little bit tougher, but if someone holds a gun to my head and says, Melters, you have to finish the run or else I'm gonna shoot you, then I'm covered. And they even have an extra life to boot. So hopefully nobody does that though. Hope the Flubbler is not gonna shoot me. Go, can make it. Actually make it jump. Let's go. I think the biggest problem is sometimes I think I'm gonna make it, sometimes I'm not actually sure, which makes my time suffer a lot, so. Also wish there was just a little bit more rings, just to nab another extra life. Lives are always good. Alright, getting the 147, which is, I don't know about that one. Kinda died at the very beginning. Alright, gotta zip my lips. Just forget I'm streaming. I'm not streaming. Everybody tab out. Nobody look at the stream. I gotta do this. Alright. This is what happens when I don't talk at all. I actually get a time that I'm relatively happy with. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. That's what happens when I literally do not talk. I get the time, just don't talk at all. I'm thinking to myself, oh, I think I'm gonna talk a little bit. No, no, no. Ideally, I want to be sub 620 here. I am 629, so I'm still sub 630, well within PB pace, but sub 23 is kind of slipping out of my fingers at this point. But it'll still be a good time if I play all my cards right here. I'll start to get my pieces here. A really good first piece.
It's gotta be close. Only 2 more. Thought I could do it.
New school, that's strats, you know how it is.
Only 1 more left.
This is Blackbird in the Shadow, by the way. I'm going the wrong way. Sad. Sorry. I'll go the wrong way in style at the very least. Bruh. If I had actually gone the right way, I would have saved a good amount of time.
How was that?
And the sad part is, Nero del Ombra is, like, I knew that meant Bird in the Shadow, but I'm just, like I literally knew what it was. It's just, I'm so unfamiliar with it at this point.
And Shadow mentioned before he left.
So tilted that I can't even pause. It's crazy. Will this kill the run in the manner of speaking by tilting me? It's already giving me a 29. Already doing that for me. Wow. This run get any better? The reason why I knew that Melobra is in the Shadow, not only because of Latin use, but also Plants in the Shade as well. Something like Ponte Melobra, things like that. So it's not just sort of a random thing where I just didn't know what it was. I just kind of froze in the moment. So that this is the movement of all time. Yikes. Jesus. Jesus. First I get a 113, then I don't get the rings that I need? Don't tell me. I need a 217 of all time right now. Alright. Did the laundry, did my taxes during this spring here. But, yeah. Just start running things without taking care of business. Need that RNG. It's a 290. So that was actually, that was 5 seconds lost in night quarters. Because I had to go a long way to get where I needed to be. That wasn't supposed to happen, but I'll take it. At this point, I think the standard that I wanted is 45-second checks, but I'll take 46s as well. That's sort of a blanket sort of time. Especially if I can play the rest of the level pretty well. Although this sort of section I'm not doing the best on right now. And then the 46 just because of the beginning movement. I'm very stubborn. I'm gonna go for this every single time. Just what I do. (103), 102, but hey, kinda in there at this point. Still not getting the time that I really want, but is what it is. That could have been a 1.22 IPT.
It's too close.
Eggman, you won't get away with this. Shoot! It was so
Half a second. It's fine. It's
Time,
fine.
fox boy.
It's fine. Let me see. So far, minute behind, but you know,
I'm in position, Doctor.
minute behind of world record, which I'm, you know, comparing against.
Delaying my air power.
I'm not comparing against world record. Why bother?
I got it.
Can't even say anything.
How was that? Perfect? Like me?
I think the verifier who may be verifying this run will say it for me.
This far, just to fail.
This is flying through line of English. Strong with you.
Aim for the cockpit. That's
Throwing the hunting. Smile. It's a long story. I can't get into it right now. That's not gonna work. Never mind, it worked. That's such a scuffed flying dog. My god.
not bad.
I don't want a 32. It's almost a 33. Surprised at first it worked though. Oh my god, my input display is not there. Forgot about that. Can anybody tell me? What? Remember, charge. Kirby fully charged. All I gotta do. Easy skip. Gotta name that Kirby fully charged skip. This ain't looking good, gamers. Goodbye, sub 130. I knew you well. No. No, not the sub 130. No, no, not the sub 130. No. I knew ye well. I thought I knew ye. That was close though. The funny part about that white jungle is that that wine skip attempt actually saved like 1 second due to the fact that I had to, you know, MacGyver it a little bit. Sometimes you gotta like really tinker with it just to make sure that you don't die, and that was one of those times. It just comes with the territory of going for it as much as I do. Man. Yeah, that was kind of embarrassing. But I think the worst part was the egg quarters, because I knew, like, Melombra, I know that means in the shadow, you know, plants in the shade, blah 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 blah. I should have known that was it. But I went to green room anyway. I don't know what I was expecting to find there. Not to mention other stuff as well.
Intruder has breached sections 3 through 8. Get him. Level 4 security door breach.
That is a 111, if I understand. So, we are going to get these rings over here. Because rings are good, you know, money is good. Although if you talk to an economist, they might say, too much. It's bad. That's bad. Among Us is a game that was released in 2018. Just thought I'd let everybody know.
This is Scorpion
Older than
Troops
you.
Hotshot. Enemy movement has
In
been
fact, it's
detected.
basically a retro game at this
Intercept
point.
and destroy.
It's released last decade. How time flies.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. He is too strong.
Among Us released last decade. You old yet?
Pathetic humans.
See, Piante now over. That's what I'm all about, baby. Jesus! What am I doing? This is the same set that I had before. What's the last one? I think this is a thing, so I'm not even gonna think about it. I'm just gonna go. Psych, wrong number. No. What's wrong with me? How could I do this to myself? I thought it was the same one as last time. How foolish of me. I don't know my confirmed sets. Although I think that what I just did was a good sort of indicator of another reason why it's important to know certain confirmed sets, right? Because if you know a confirmed set, you also know what's not confirmed. And if you know what's not confirmed, you're not going to do what I just did and just like, oh, you know, oh, I had this piece last time, must be here this other time, right? That's how that works? No. Yeah, don't do what I just did. Clearly a C-tier hunter, but it's the only explanation. Only explanation. to your Sand Ocean thing. Maybe that I just handle that portion. Yeah, the overall gist of this level is, with regard to the ring route at the very least, is collect as little rings as you can, and then, get the rings at the very end of the level once you've kind of, you know, done what you needed to do and gotten the checkpoint. Because getting the checkpoint is really the best practice in this, sort of stage. Especially if you're doing, like, a live event or something and you need to perform. Because then getting the checkpoint is very important. I wouldn't even do sandwalking during an event like that, just because, if you're sandwalking, are you really gonna do Melter's Drum? I don't think you would, because then you're gonna have to do the stage all over again if you fail it. You have to be pretty comfortable about it. But yeah. Surprised Steven didn't get there. But... that's, it's kinda sus, not gonna lie.
That was too close.
I feel like that could have been many things as well. Alright, don't talk. Silence. No. That felt pretty good, and the thing about that attempt was I was actually facing the wrong way. And you can still do that skip even if you're facing the wrong way. But it's just gonna be... you have to adapt to it, is the thing. These are such benefits.
Level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder. Level 2 security door breach.
18
Security
events.
door breach.
Only kind of though. Not super nice. Anyways, do you guys want to see any, like, Fire Red speedruns? Because that's one of the, games that I also play as well. Very brutal game. Y'all thought the RNG in SA2 was bad? Seen nothing yet.
Level 3 security door breach. Intruder has breached sections 3 through 8. Get him.
Speaking of, like, I'm genuinely wondering something. I wonder if there's ever going to be a hex editor for SA2. Just using SA2. Like, if you do, like, a certain, Chowkey glitch. Jesus. No! I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens. What am I doing in my life? Anyways. I've always wondered, if someone can program like Pong or something into SA2. They get the extra life though, so I'm actually gonna come out of. I would have came out of this thing in second to 7 months, but not so. Because can you actually write to memory using Chowkey glitch, I wonder? I must ask Onvar. Jelly is on the case.
That wasn't so difficult.
But again, like, my knowledge of computer science is so vaporous that, like, I can ask, like, oh, can you write to memory? And then Onvar as well, oh, well, there are 7 types of memory, what? I kind of gotta check myself. I just kind of am the executioner of these things, not the actual person who's knowledgeable about them, so...
Pathetic human.
give me a good set with this game, because I've never seen one before in my entire life. Not for the entire time I've been living in this video game. Have I seen this set give me something good? I would like to be proven. Again, I'm going crazy, because I want this to prove me wrong, right? It's all about subverting expectations. That's what's we call in the business I guess. Still not a good sign. Because that could have gone any which way. That could have still been like fish food or something, so not a great bet. But I will still go with this run. Because I have a bone to pick with Radical Highway and White Jungle, I guess. Why'd it kill me there, dude? Keep also forgetting that I don't have my input viewer up. What the heck? That was sus. My movement there, not my input viewer. Alright, things are gonna be a bit tight right now, but it's gonna have a little bit of leeway. Again, I kind of view this sort of like a mission streak in like 2018, 2017, where people were like, oh, Zero Cycle is really hard, like you gotta play basically perfectly to get it, 23 top runners. And now, with the advent of, you know, Upgrade, or saying hi to Shining in the Upgrade, you know, it's kind of like antiquated in a way. It's like, yeah, you actually have plenty of time to get this, no need to worry. But it's almost like it's beckoning me in a way. My input viewer killed my run, so I can actually set it up here.
Sometimes we cry.
Sometimes we cry.
Sometimes we can't see anything.
Here we go.
But don't get
Testing? Yes. But yeah, funny thing about that that skip in White Jungle, dungeon skip, the only thing you have to do there is basically fully charge. If you do fully charge, you get it pretty much every time, but if you don't, you pretty much never get it. Subtle thing about what I just did there, I did bonk like very slightly, so that's not going to get me the 17 that I want, but still getting a very, very low 18, which is pretty good. Yeah. Still play pretty optimally. Door again. Still gonna be a solid 130 if I play my cards right. So it's kind of slipping away. That's not good. Yeah, that's gonna be a 131 instead, just because I had a little bit of movement fumbles there, but still, I can still work with it. More rings, please. More rings, please. There we go. Alright, getting that extra life, no problem. Gonna try to get the extra life here once more, but I did not get it. Just wasting a little bit of time there. But, like, to the naked high, it kind of seemed like I didn't lose a lot of time. Or I didn't lose any time at all. Like, I went straight what you're talking about. But I actually did deviate a little bit from the main path and did lose a little bit of speed there. So, like, this is a difference between, like, a 157 and a 158, for example. So, yeah, I lost, like, 0.2 seconds just to try to get that extra life capsule, and we'll see if it's worth it or not, you know. We'll see how hard it is to get, because I think how hard it is to get is going to influence how Dry Lagoon is played in a roundabout way.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. It's choose additional support.
Not my fastest time in the world.
Pathetic humans.
It's like frames away from my fastest time in the world. Many drop frames? Let's see. fair. Okay, literally haven't seen any good sets from this. We're out of the 1024. We made it out of the 1024 with this one, boys. If I have Butterfly's Treasure, I'm gonna be so owned right now. I got it.
Gotta be close.
Never gotten a good set. Show me a good set right now. With Guardian of the storage area.
How was that?
Far away peaceful. Show it to me right now. The only thing I can think about is if I get Plants in the Shade, but even that's going to be pretty slow. Like a sub 30. But I'm really looking for a sub 25. I wonder if the stage is going to be played differently if I reset for a sub 25. Because that's honestly the only thing that I'm interested in. And yeah, I might just do that. And I think the more seriously people take Dark Story and like to get like a mid 22 time, like 25 or below Dry Lagoons are gonna kind of be required. Sub 40 I could go with quitters. Sub 30 security halls. Sub 45 mad spaces. That's what I have in my God order. Splits. So here again, I have 50 rings. I'm going to avoid these rings intentionally in order to get this checkpoint. Again, this isn't like fast movement, but it doesn't really matter because I'm on a cycle anyway. The only thing that matters is that I save more time by getting the amount of rings in it. That's the trick. One subtle thing that I do there is actually destroy that robot so he doesn't get the lose rings. Oops, that's all I want. Gonna have to jump there, but that's fine. Alright, I have a date with Radical Highway. Melter's Jump is not getting in the way of that. Not today, sir. See, I didn't know whether or not I was gonna make it. I think that's the next skill that I'm gonna have, is to understand whether or not I will make it or not. Because then I can start preemptively getting the other things that I need and, you know, start breaking down the pillars preemptively. It can save a lot of time, so... Steven, don't ruin my life. How did this become so slow? I guess 14 seconds lost due to, actually 6 seconds lost on Sand Ocean and 10 seconds of improvement on Trial Lagoon, so... Alright, everybody shut up. Always having trouble with that part.
Options. File select. File select.
I have an idea. Okay, I'm gonna use my armrests. Maybe that'll help my shoulders and my brachial
Story
plexus. Let's hope so.
Intruder alert.
I actually have special armrests on my the office chair that I bought, so pretty excited to use them. Pretty excited to hit into a wall. Pretty excited to hit into that one too. I don't know, ever since I used these armrests, I've never been the same. It's forever altered my brain chemistry. Me at 21 nowadays. Been thinking about Encanto recently. Pixar movie. Alright, here we go. Here's my special strat that I've been talking about this entire stream that I'm definitely gonna show off here.
Breach sections 3 through 8. Get him.
Okay, that was not my special strat. That was terrible. I don't even know what to say about that. Wow. I lost everything. I lost my speed strat, I lost my extra life, lost my family, lost my job, lost my stream, lost my armrests. I don't know, ever since I've been on these armrests, I've been like a different person. Can't even get the extra life over there either. Bump into the wall. It's just the craziest thing. Craziest things are happening. Solid 205, my dreams. Yeah, ever since I got this new office chair, it's just been so good.
This
It's
is
just been
Scorpion
so good.
Troops Hotshot. Enemy movement has been detected. En route to intercept and destroy.
Coming in.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. He is
Been a lot more
choose
comfortable.
additional support.
I have an idea. I think, the thing about Radical Highway mock bounce that makes it so hard is that it's the opposite of what you want to do for Red Honda. So it's kind of weird that way. Kind of hard to wrap your brain around. Because sometimes I do Red Honda or do backwards walking when I want to do mock bounce, and it just totally doesn't work out that way. And other times I try to do storage, but it just doesn't work. It just does not work. So
Gotta be close.
is that a good run? No? Okay. Had I not done a 204, you know, stage that shall not be talked about, you know, would have been a little better for me, but you know how it is.
Those idiots will never find my hidden place inside this pyramid. Let's take care of business here first.
Not gonna hit the balloon. I lied. I just don't understand when I'm gonna hit the balloon and when I'm not gonna hit the balloon. And so I'm always doubting myself, and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't matter, I'm not gonna hit the balloon anymore. Hits the balloon. I thought I was gonna hit the balloon there for sure, so I went for it. Just didn't work out. So I think a lot of my hesitation is going to be, okay, just forget about if I'm gonna hit the balloon or not. Just assume that I'm gonna hit the balloon. That's it. Don't like think any more or less about it. It's either a yes or a no.
Stories.
But it also sort of makes me think, because I have to think about, you know,
Intruder alert.
if I am going to hit the balloon, you know, when and where is the land shot going to land, so I can calibrate when I'm going to turn around in the sand, right? And that's tough. It kind of, like, I kind of have to know whether or not I'm going to hit the balloon or not to figure that last part out. Or do I? I don't know. I'm not the most experienced in this, so I'm trying to get the other one. shot.
Level 3 security door breach. Intruder has breached sections 3 through 8. Get him. Level 4 security door breach.
134. 2 a.m. One pace just about. I just can't believe that run. I'm having PTSD flashbacks to that run, dude. I was in freaking White Jungle, and I did all the strats really well, except for the very end when I like careened off a cliff.
That wasn't so
Come on, game designers, get it together. Why couldn't you design the game so I could win?
Hotshot. Enemy movement has been detected.
That's my
En route to
question.
intercept and destroy.
Come on, game designers, why don't you design some...
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. Request additional support.
pathetic humans.
Alright, everybody. We've got another Dry Lagoon coming up. Pretty hype stuff right now. Dry Lagoon hype. Except for this piece. Now this piece has given me good sets, but you know, this one's very much dime a dozen here, and it really depends on whether or not I get the shade. And I've actually never seen this compatible with on the biggest turtle show, so. Now here, I'm actually not gonna double check for any pieces in the three-headed wall area, just because it's so easy to get to the. See, like this is why this is so much faster, right? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Oh. Okay. Can I get there? Okay. Jesus, that's a 314. Okay. Corona in Kalenata
How was that?
is circle around the tilted pillar. Should have known that from the radar thing, though.
Those idiots will never find my hidden base inside this pyramid.
Close. Okay. Second try. We push new robots. Seems pretty fast. I don't know if it's actually fast, but yeah, okay. Except I'm going the wrong way. It would really help if I didn't go the wrong way. Smile. How could I do this? I need 2 bombs. I'm really gonna push this one. Really gonna push this one. I want to get that 110 shot. Let me get it if I push it. Okay, good. Again, look. Having 6 seconds of time save here alone is just kind of but this is the movement that I want to play. There we go. Alright, That would have saved me even more time. I wonder if anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but that would have given me a 110, if not a 109, which is exactly where I want to be. I don't think, I mean, my movement was pretty good there, but, you know, I don't think I could have done the movement much better than I had, so I think I should have, waited a little less on the, screen. Nice start. This is a very good start right now. It's the start of something new. Much like High School Musical. Start of 22. Class of 22. I went to graduate school. I would have been part of the class of 22. Yeah, I'm glad people are sort of starting to wake up to the fact that graduate school is so good. No matter how bad the start is, at least I can get the rest of the movement pretty good. What about how you start, how you finish? Still a 133, just a little one. These bunnies are giving me bad luck. It's all about the triple skunks. I have a question. Why are anime girls named Fubuki? Does that seem so weird to me? Yo, let's go! It's the Chowbox Destroyer! Oh my god. Somebody clip that. This is the best moment of my life. Fubuki would be so proud. But anyways. It seems like such a weird name. Like, when did that start? Like, I know you have people, like, in America, for example, naming their daughters Savannah, which is, you know, the name of a grassland. So, is it the same, like, people in Japan are just like, yeah, let me name... I don't know if any girl is actually named Fubuki. If it is, that's gonna be kind of crazy. Are there any girls in Japan that are named Fubuki? I don't know about that. Alright, so the problem is, I don't know if I saw on a Biggest Turtles show. Can I double check that? Because I think I might have seen it, I think I might have, but kind of cringe, honestly. Alright, I didn't see it. I'm on a sprint. The wrong gamble, but it's fine. Jesus. Got a 303. I got a 303. Yeah, now I'm really curious, because in the visual novel I was reading, there's a character named Fubuki, and then there's a VTuber named Fubuki, and then there's a One Punch Man character named Fubuki. And I wonder if this is just like fictional sort of things that you never named someone, or... Gotta figure it out. Had to trust my gut there a little bit and really, you know, dig in. Say, hey, I did not see this piece. What am I talking about? Oh shoot, my stuff is in the dryer. Ah, darn it, I have my dryer app. I can put my stuff back to dry using my dryer app while I'm choosing the same file over and over. That's crazy.
Story
I have my towel in there. So I got another towel, I guess. Or a shower for a bit of that.
Level 1 security door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder.
I fell off. In general, not just off the boxes there.
Level 2 security door
Out of
breach.
21.
Level 2 security door breach.
Coincidentally, he's not in this tab. Yeah, one of the things that I always harken back to in speedrunning is the idea of training multiple things at once. I'm also a power lifter, so when you're lifting heavy weights, the same principles apply. Where it's like, okay, you're not just gonna do one bicep curl that just trains your bicep, right? You're gonna do like a full body exercise that'll cover multiple things at once, so that it's more efficient, making more efficient time of your training to make you stronger, basically. And so the same sort of thing I'm sort of bringing here, because in a weird way, I can already feel myself being more comfortable in sandwell, even though I still hardly ever get it. Is this the right amount of time? It's not. Really is. I'm gonna dance around these boxes for a bit, I guess. One. $201. Okay, a 201 is for a 21 check. That's about what I wanted. Although it's closer to a 202 than I had wanted.
That wasn't so difficult.
Maybe I can talk about the chow drives that I talked about at the middle of the stream
Enemy
here.
movement has been detected. En route
I'm gonna
to
use that as a
intercept and
stoplight,
destroy.
basically, and get like emotes for both of them. For three of them, red, yellow,
This
and
is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. He is
And what if they were
requesting
blue?
additional support.
chow things. What if there were blue chow drives and like pink chow drives and like black chow drives? That would just be crazy to me. I don't know if this is the most efficient way of getting this. That's how I'm getting it. This is a really good set.
Gotta be close. I got it.
Wow. So, I think... I wonder if metronomes are allowed in cases, but they're not.
Those idiots will never find my hidden base inside this pyramid. Please continue
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start using the metronome a little bit, see where my mileage is with that. Because if you use a metronome, even if you use Dolphin, you're still on the same playing field as PC. And also metronomes in Pokemon as well. Bit of a unique strat that I just did there. A little subtle. A little subtle to never hurt it. Now here I am gonna collect 5 rings, just to, I'm a gamer, I guess. Alright, I'm a gamer now. Nobody look at me. Avoid these rings here, because that's what I do in my life. Avoid conflict. That's what I do. Just kidding, I don't avoid conflict. Standard 148 case. This is not my finest moment, but you can kind of see why I want to be sub 440.
That was too close.
You can imagine just sub 430. Don't talk. Everybody shut up.
Stories?
Sometimes
Take 2.
Oops.
Alright, everybody. Just to sort of end the stream off here, we're gonna end with a little bit of practice with the debug mode. Although the debug mode has really been breaking for me lately, like doing some really strange stuff. And the first thing I'm going to do is not go into this far, but
Options. File select. File select.
excuse me. I will pull up Upgrade Remover, the ever important app that we have here. I learned a lot this stream, especially with the
Stage select.
with learning pieces. I knew I had a long ways to go in the security hall. I didn't expect to lose that much time in headquarters, because I've definitely been grinding Mad Space Italian because I knew it's going to save me the most amount of time, but
Stage select.
so first thing, I had some really weird stuff happen to me in Cosmic Wall. Let's see if it still happens. Yeah, it's like, it didn't let me hit stuff, and it just totally messed me up. Okay. Doesn't seem to be the case here. Overall, my movement, like my beginning movement here, hasn't been so good lately. I've been doing that. So, I want to make sure I'm practicing up a little bit here. I want to be sub 40, but it's such a tycoon at this point. I just like.
The gravity is very weak, so try to go up by hovering. Get to high places within it. The gravity is very weak, so try to go up by hovering. Get to high places within it.
How'd that work? That's kind of crazy. Okay, but kind of de-rusting a little bit here. Jesus, that's what happens. Grabbed by that guy.
Stage
Let's
select.
jump around a little bit here, do some of this. Let's get these PGRs going. Guess not. Who's giving me here?
So who's next?
Yeah, any time that I get the jump off the rail is a win in my book. Even if I don't actually get the trick, just because that's what I've historically struggled with the most. That was never gonna work, but just do the way that I approached it was the thing. Okay, just like a PPR. The great thing about this mod is that you can actually see the gold ring in the distance there. So there's that. Though I should really be a little bit lower, below the static line. Okay, same here, we got PGR baby. There we go. PGR is definitely not something I need to rush necessarily. I definitely think what I'm doing here though is a bit of a crutch, since because I can definitely see the goal ring, pretty clearly, and I can definitely see that, I have nothing to worry about as it pertains to height or needing another PGR. So I'm sort of a little bit spoiled in that regard, and I wonder if it's actually going to affect me when I'm actually, on a run and need to get the skip. But, I've been doing pretty well with it so far, so maybe not there. But again, my demon in this skip has always been the frame perfect jump off, so I'm always looking to get the skip correct. I've also been kind of struggling with the frame advances as well. It's just a little something here and there, but Yeah, here, this is the easiest one of all time, and I have plenty of height here. Not even gonna finish it because I know it's already gonna do what I want. I don't want to frame advance that much. I want to get a really good intuition of how far I have to frame advance here. Done with that.
Stage select.
Let's get some white jungle practice down. Yeah, I played really well during that run just now. I was surprised at how well I did. Little mistakes. Never happens during this terrible, terrible level. Level is awful. Okay, so I wasn't holding the entire thing. That's weird. So embarrassed. Jesus Christ, just like not doing the thing correctly. Bit overzealous in my anger there. Same. Cringe. Gotta finagle with the angle a lot if you ever want to make this skip though. Like there, I need to finagle it, like especially to land where I want to land. Since it's a blind jump, that's kind of takes a lot of experience to get that down. I'm not safe. So boom. Petrus for death. Did I just like careened off there? That's just crazy. I need to finish this thing. Because the next time I save state, it's actually going to put me to where I just was at the little launcher there. See, I know why it does that. Who invented that? Can I go anywhere? I got too much cover frames for this? Let's check. I have 20 hover frames, yeah. I wasn't making that. course that's happening. I was lucky to make it there. This is the same sort of angle that I was during the run just now. But I was able to save it, which is nice. Looks scary, but like literally all you have to do if you get hit by the fire is just mash. That's all you gotta do, just mash. That doesn't matter. This is another stage where I've come really far on. It's like, oh, I'll never see a sub 30 in my life. It's like, I eat sub 30s or 130s for breakfast now. It's all thanks to this. Duel containing the ultimate power. Dude, what if there was an SA2 tournament? And, oh my god, this is like the dream, like, situation. I don't think, like, someone's gonna have to put, like, a crazy amount of money into this. And, like, it sort of raises moral and ethical questions. But, what if there was, what if there was an SA2 tournament? And the top 3 got like a Chaos Emerald. And like when I say Chaos Emerald, I mean one from like an actual jeweler, where it's like a ring, it's like a Chaos Emerald, but with like actual like emeralds or sapphires or rubies or whatever. That would be so sick. It's like, yeah, I'm wearing this ring right now, not because I'm married, but you know, I won the SA2 Dark Story Summit of 2027 or whatever. That would actually be such a sick idea. But, you know, who has tens of thousands of dollars to spend on, you know, a dumb trophy? The problem about that is, though, it really, you know, ups the stakes of it, one, and because we've been talking about, you know, prize pools, right? It's like, oh, for Summit, oh, it doesn't matter how I'm seated, you know, it doesn't matter, Katie's gonna beat me anyway, blah, 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 blah. But if, you know, you actually introduce, like, a crazy, like, prize pool to it, I wonder how that'll actually change the dynamic of the thing. So let me think how this would work. You have 7 Chaos Emeralds. Oh my god, Katie gets all the 7 Chaos Emeralds. But, yeah. And then there are, like, 7, like, annual races or whatever. So after year 7, you put all the Chaos Emeralds together and you become Super Runner or whatever. That was sus. I don't want to fail this during the run. This is the type of skip that you just need like regular maintenance on, really. I didn't press the button. Sorry. Just kidding. But there, I, like, charged fully, I think. Wait, where's my input display? Why is it like that? put it there. Yeah, now it works. Oh, it's because it wasn't in the front. That's why.
Stage select.
Yes. Okay. Picnics. Should some Eggman practice, but not this level. I don't think you can complete this level without the upgrade,
Stage select.
to be honest. That was interesting movement. I think I'm going to incorporate that a little bit more. Always this room that this gets.
Stage select.
Because I have very high standards for Lost Colony as a thing, like 213 or bust. So that just cost me 36. Bruh, that could have been actually good.
Stage
It's a late jump. Still a 37. I really don't want to get 37s. My average that I want is a 35. Make it, I don't think. No. I don't want to restart. What is that?
stage select.
Figure I should practice the things that are, killing the run, yeah? The trick is that I don't want to, practice this after, I practice Red Hondo. It's just gonna mess me up entirely. Here we go. Interesting. Yes, this save state tool has been acting up a little bit, like having some really weird behavior. Alright, there I'm just like holding the A button for dear life. That's all that means. Let's go. Yeah. That was crazy. What the heck happened to me there? I don't know why I'm even practicing this one. This one doesn't give me any trouble at all. Because depending on how you approach this skip, there are many backups and ways to save it. To make it like so safe. Like this, like very fast, very easy is unironically safer than gap jump. The way that I approach it at the very least, even though I'm not, you know, saving the optimal amount of time. As I literally fail the skip. Literally failed the skip. Twice. Because when I'm... This is a weird, like, thing. Because, like, I can get it every time I practice. And mind you, like, I might make this trick look easy, but this is actually one of the most, like, this might be the hardest trick in the stage, all things considered, this mock bounce. At least I consider it to be so. So, there it is. I think if I talk it out a little bit, that might help me. Because the biggest thing about this is spacing out the B button presses. Because that'll really help out. That's just another strategy of doing it. I think it's pretty interesting though, because all these tricks are, like, they require a little bit of elbow grease sometimes. In Chinese we have actually a saying for that, jiao, which is more oil if you will. And so this trick is kind of like that. First it was via. It's pulling teeth. Like, oh my god, monkey, how do I frickin' do this skip? You gotta help me out, brother. And he helped me out a lot with the skip, and then I kinda figured it out after that. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna make a guide on this. Because a guide not only for other people, but for myself. Just to remind me how to do this skip when I need that oil. And I think in doing so, that'll make the skip a lot more accessible and the stage more accessible as well. Because I'm sort of remembering my muscle memory, but sometimes I just totally forget about it. that was a situation where I saved it by. This one's for the fans. Let's go.
Stage select.
Although I do want to not have. I don't know if I could. Alright, so that's practiced. What else do I need to practice? Nothing much. I mean, it's all just about putting the pieces together at this point. But also, you know, I have a certain standard of run that I want to get, and it's simply just going to take time. That's it. Thought it was the only other, but I wasn't sure. Also, I didn't set so it's too hard to take it out. I'll go fast at some point. So here's a strat, right? To find out it's like that, then I guide it. Using my needle.
Stage.
Isn't that? No, that's next to it. It's this one. C. Interesting. Really?
Stage.
But the way that I'm training Rouge here is honestly like how I think it is optimal to train. Like not doing Centurions, not actually, you know, not like going through all of the screens. Like that's just a waste of time. Legitimately, just complete the stage and just exit out before you actually get the piece. I think that's the best way to learn and is pretty underrated
Stage.
because you're saving so much time by doing that. Like an unbelievable amount of time as opposed to you actually, you know, doing a Rue Centurion and like waiting through all those screens. Like that's ridiculous. And I think, you know, I think there ought to be a mod that sort of addresses that. So go, let's make everyone's lives a little bit less terrible and just, you know, remove that from the game. We'll just go on to the next stage, basically. I'm not doing this the best way possible. I'll tell you that right now. What's my hand? Yeah, thought so.
Stage.
I knew this, but I don't know why I did that. Because I'm a C-tier hunter? Probably. C-tier hunter, everybody. I gotta learn how to get up here a little faster, though. I think I have to glide reset.
Stage select.
And again, you know, mat space, always gotta practice it no matter what, so... I'm going the wrong way for this. I'm like trying to develop a new strat here. Oh, here we go. Hold up, hold up. one's for Brian PSO. Oh, I did it! Oh my god, 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 I did it! Okay, so what do I do? This? Wait. So what do I do?
Get the iron boots and use them to kick open this
Okay,
container.
so I think I have to like do this. Huh? Okay, that's how far it floats. Okay. Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. Oh my god. That's the coolest thing ever. I don't see free piece though. Oops, I guess I'm over here now. Smart move. Guess I'm here. Having fun. That's okay. I'm gonna get a free piece. Just kidding. But man, that is so cool, and I can definitely see myself playing with that a little bit, just to get the result that I want. Oh man, I wanna play around with that a little bit. So what is it? So what's the indicator? Probably. Okay, so wow, okay. So if I want to go over here, this is okay. Wow. No, that's free. Like at least the throw is free, which is, you know, to be expected, but I don't really know where I'm going with this, but yeah. Alright, Obama. Kick. Kick. In any event, that'll be it for the stream. Thanks you all. Wow, wow, that's me trying to get up, but see you guys later.